Moser. Yes, thank you very much. So we are recording this meeting just as a notice to you, so we can have this training available to other folks in the future. My name is Nolan Moser. Good afternoon. I am the Chief Administrative Law Judge for the Commission, and I'll be opening things up for us and for what we hope is a very valuable opportunity for you all to learn about the Commission and what we do. We're very excited to present to you today. We've got a number of staff folks who are going to be talking, and at the end of the meeting, we'll have what we hope is a very engaging discussion with a panel of advocates. So the day will flow as follows. We're going to begin with a discussion of the roles and responsibilities of the Commission. That's a presentation I'll be leading, where I'll discuss essentially who the Commission is, what we do, and I'll give you some groundwork for a later discussion in terms of how we participate and how you can participate at the Commission. Next, we'll review how the Commission makes decisions and how stakeholders can participate in our processes in the context of a specific issue. So for this training, we're utilizing low-income rates and differential rates at Ratemaking as the sort of the subject matter in which to discuss how you participate at the Commission and the various processes we utilize to make decisions. Additionally, I'll be talking about resources and information that is available to you as interveners and stakeholders for potential funding. So we want you to be aware of new funding opportunities, which can allow you as stakeholders to participate in our processes and inform the decisions of the Commission and inform us as an agency. Finally, we're going to hear from advocates. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to hosting a panel discussion with a group of advocates who have participated at the Commission before. So you'll get to hear about some of the things that they found useful in doing that. And they'll also have some feedback for us as an agency in ways we can make our processes more accessible to new participants. So as further background, this is the first of 3 stakeholder trainings that we'll be providing. And in the audience for these, as we outlined in our notice, is primarily newer stakeholders. So we're really trying to give you as a new stakeholder an opportunity to learn about what we do, how we do it, and get a feel for what it takes to participate at the Commission. We know that it's a daunting agency in some respects, and that our subject matter can be very complicated. So we thought it was very important for us, especially as new stakeholders are getting involved and the agency is dealing with new issues, to provide some training opportunities for folks. So this is not the only one. There will be 2 others. They will all be recorded and available on the website, and our slides will also be available on the website. The dates for those other trainings and the subject matter, I'll lay those out real quick. So April 28th, we're going to talk about wildfire and public safety. And then on June 3rd, we're going to talk about climate change and utility investment. So we're hopeful that at the end of this day, you all are better informed about what the Commission does, how we do it. You're better informed about how you can plug into the Commission, how you can make your voice heard. And you're better prepared to get engaged and provide us that feedback and that information that goes into the Commission's decision-making process. So before we begin, I'm going to talk a little bit about participation. So we're going to take questions throughout the presentation and the series of presentations, and questions will also be taken during the panel discussion if we have time. At the end, we do have questions prepared for our panelists. So to ask a question, you'll want to use the raise your hand feature of the Zoom application. You should be able to find that. There's a section on reactions, and I believe in that you'll see the raise your hand feature. So that is one way to ask questions. So what we'll do is periodically through our presentations, we'll be stopping, we'll be taking a look at who's asking questions and who has their hand up. And then what we'll do is we'll allow you to unmute yourself. If you'd like, allow you to put your video on so you can ask your question in front of the group. When you may need to also unmute yourself manually. You'll see that button on your Zoom controls. And if you're calling in, you may have to press *6 to unmute. So that goes for when you're asking an audible question. You might also use the chat feature to ask questions. So you'll be we're not doing a broader chat, just given the amount of people in the meeting and security concerns, but you will be able to directly chat Ezell Watson, who I'll introduce in a minute and who's going to say a few things to kick us off. He'll be periodically putting in front of the presenters questions that pop up in the chat. So you can chat him directly and he will make sure that those questions get in front of us. If for some reason we don't have time to get through all the questions, what we'll do is we'll collect those and post answers online on our training website, along with the slides and in the same place where you'll find the recording of the training. So that's participation. I hope that was relatively clear. You have a couple different avenues to ask questions. And like I said, we'll be stopping the presentations periodically to check for questions and hear from you. And so with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. And I'm going to introduce Ezell. So to kick off the meeting, we'd like to hear from Ezell. Thank you. I've been notified that I should mute one of my applications here because I'm putting out some noise to you all. So I want to make sure I don't do that. So give me one moment. Ellie, I'm going to ask you in front of the group how I turn Do Not Disturb on my Teams.
If you go and hover over your initials on Teams and select that, there should be like available, busy, do not disturb. Do you see that drop down?
I do.
And click do not disturb.
Thank you very much. Hopefully my notifications will no longer disturb everyone who is watching this. So thank you. Okay, so to get back to the training, I'd like to welcome Ezell. Ezell Watson is our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director here at the Commission. Ezell is a leader in our organization. He's working along with others to make our processes more accessible to all Oregonians, and especially our newer interested stakeholders. He's going to provide some context for that work and also discuss how we're going to engage in this meeting before I get to the role and responsibility of the Commission. So Ezell, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Moser, or Nolan, as I call him typically. Like I said, I am the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for our Public Utility Commission, and I want to share a few operating agreements to kind of ground us today in our training and discussion. And then I also like to give a brief, very, very brief update on progress in the direction of diversity, equity, and inclusion as it relates to the PUC, and also offer an opportunity briefly for questions. So that's it. I'm going to jump right in and share my screen. And I hope that everyone can see this okay. Today, we just want to start with a few agreements that I think that people will easily be able to adapt to, but we want to participate 100%, stay engaged. Today, we want to listen, and always, I believe, to understand in place of listening to respond, try to be concise, allow room for multiple perspectives. One acronym that I use for me personally, it's WAIT, and that stands for Why Am I Talking? So moving on to staying on mute when we are not speaking. As best we can, avoiding the use of jargon. An example would be expanding acronyms when available. I mean, when you're using acronyms, go ahead and expanding them for the benefit of people that may not be familiar with industry jargon. Speak your truth. That means we're speaking for ourselves and ourselves only. I'm going to ask today that we experience discomfort as we grow here at the PUC, as we become a more equitable state agency, as we endeavor to be more inclusive and expand our definition of diversity, while centering equity. We know that this is going to be uncomfortable, kind of like how I'm feeling uncomfortable right now. So I'd like to take a pause here and ask, are there operating agreements that people would like to suggest? We can take about 30 seconds to think on that. And if you want to suggest an operating agreement, we'll follow the instructions of either raising your hand or chatting me directly. Here comes awkward silence. Okay, I don't see any hands and I haven't received any messages. It seems as though the operating agreements are sufficient. Now I'd like to give a brief update on PUC and equity processes. I wanted to talk briefly about equity, i.e. change for us. In terms of things that the PUC favors, the OPUC favors, and things that the OPUC fears. After about 15 months at the PUC, I've had an opportunity to do some initial assessment of where we are on a diversity, equity, and inclusion spectrum, if you will. And I would like to highlight a few things. One, the OPUC, Oregon Public Utility Commission, favors diversity. I have observed additional outreach to historically marginalized voices. I have observed division leadership at the Oregon Public Utility Commission make a concerted effort to reach groups who have traditionally not participated in our processes. I have also seen the Oregon Public Utility Commission favor innovation. I was able to introduce an equity lens, and it has been embraced in some of our commission processes. Additionally, the OPUC continues to embrace diverse communication methods. One thing that I have noticed that the PUC has been willing to do, they've been willing to diversify the way that we outreach and allow for video communication and allow for more, I don't like to use the term modern, but additional, more modern forms of communication. I've also noticed at the PUC that the PUC has been willing to include additional voices. When we were engaged in the investigation into the impacts of COVID, the OPUC contracted with an outside agency by the name of Brown Hope and even hosted a focus group where we hosted the entire focus group in Spanish. I think that that represents progress for the PUC. Now to the area of opportunities, and I'm going to call these fears at this moment. I believe the OPUC, like lots of people, fears being or feeling unprepared for difficult dialogue, i.e. conversations that may involve difference or race. There can be a feeling of being unprepared. I also think that an opportunity we have with the PUC is for us to utilize analytical frameworks that are a little bit different from our previous analytical frameworks, to utilize additional analytical frameworks that would include an equity lens. Those frameworks and processes can, in a way, encumber our processes and slow them down. And so I think that the PUC has a fear there that may, at times, not allow the equity work to move at the accelerated pace that we would all like to see. But the PUC is also willing to work through that. This concludes the brief update. I would like to pause here and see, are there questions? Excellent. Well, then passing it back to Chief Moser.
Well, thank you so much, Zell, and thank you for your continued leadership here at the agency. It's been an extraordinary opportunity to work with you directly, and I really value that. Okay, well, let's get into my presentation, which is next, about the roles and role and responsibility of the commission. And I'll just start the screen share feature one more time. Screen share. Sorry, folks, one more moment. I'm having a little trouble finding my screen. I will close a couple windows here. There we go. Okay. All right. It should be popping up now. Okay. So just a reminder to folks about the purpose of our session here today. We're trying to educate our new stakeholders on our processes and answer questions and essentially provide a blueprint for participation. To make it easier to participate, more accessible. We also want to hear from folks during our panel discussion about things the PUC can do to make our processes more accessible. I'll remind everybody about the raise your hand feature. Try to use that when you have questions. I will not stop every time someone has a question, but I'll stop every couple slides or so. We'll stop a beat and we'll gather questions. You can also ask questions directly to Izelle in the chat. And I will do my best, as Izelle said, to stay away from jargon. As you can imagine, at the PUC, that is extremely difficult, but we will endeavor to do exactly that here, because we know we have a lot of new folks with us today. All right, let's start with the basics. Who is the commission? So the PUC, the Oregon Public Utility Commission, is a commission of 3 people. They're appointed by the governor to 4-year terms, and no more than 2 members of the commission may be of the same political party. So the idea there is to create some balance. The mission of the organization is to produce or ensure that customers have access to reliable and high quality utility services at just and reasonable rates. We have a commitment to providing strong analysis as a component and core of our decision-making process, a commitment to making independent decisions. And then most importantly, for the purposes of today, the agency, our mission is grounded in an open and fair process. And this training is intended to support that and get further along the process of having open and fair processes that are accessible to all. The commission is composed of experts in their field. These are people that have been recognized in the field as experts in utility policy, utility regulation, utility law. The commission has been delegated a lot of specific responsibilities from the legislature, and we'll get to that in a minute. The commission is a creature of the legislature. And the commission is not unusual. A lot of states have regulatory bodies that protect consumers and ensure rational utility development. And I'll go into the reasons for that in a few minutes. So why is the commission important? Well, the most important aspect of the commission is that we deal with an unusual industry. So utilities aren't like other businesses. Utility service is essential, and it's tied to major infrastructure development. Additionally, customers can't look for alternatives. So you can't get your electricity from a different supplier. You have to get it from the entity that has the wires coming into your home. And so it's important to ensure that customers are protected in that circumstance. Because of that, they're rate regulated. And what that means is that these utility companies, because essentially they're monopolies, can't charge rates or include cost in rates that have not been reviewed and approved by the commission. So that's a major component of our role. So what we do is we ensure that those rates are lawful, just, and reasonable after a proceeding here at the commission in which all stakeholders are invited to participate. There's no limit on as a group representing Oregon consumers and Oregon and people here in Oregon, our processes are open to you. Same thing with individual consumers of that individual utility. So the legislature has also provided us with a bunch of other responsibilities. And that's because utilities are so important in terms of environmental and social impact. Utilities have a major impact on the environment. Utilities have important social impacts because the services are services that are essential in the modern world. So the PUC is the body designated by the legislature to implement a lot of complicated policy through its open process. Because we're an agency that relies on an open process and deals with complicated laws and complicated rate questions, complicated policy questions, the legislature has put a lot of responsibilities on the PUC to address those issues when it comes to utilities. And that's why our process is so important. The commission is a decision-making machine, and the inputs that the machine gets are all the information we get from stakeholders, from utilities. It's analysis that we get from staff, and all that needs to be processed. And at the end, the commission needs to issue a decision, ensuring that rates and services are just and reasonable, safe, reliable, and fair. At the end of everything, what happens is that a rate change occurs, or a utility policy changes, rules are implemented, requirements are established, and then that has real world impacts. Projects on the ground get developed or they don't get developed. A plant continues to operate or a plant closes. Emissions occur or they don't occur. Money gets invested in one solution or not another. So there are very tangible real world impacts that come with the commission decisions after our process is complete. And Ellie and Isel, I'll just invite you to stop me when you see questions arising. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next slide. So as I discussed, we have these responsibilities delegated by the legislature, and part of our responsibility is to balance interests. So we balance the interests of utilities and customers. And you may ask yourself, why do we do that? Why, we as an agency be totally focused on the customer and ensuring the customer is treated fairly and has safe, adequate service and just and reasonable rates. It's a balance under the system because utilities, to function effectively, have to be able to do a couple different things. So they have to be able to attract capital. If utilities can't get someone to invest in them, then they will have a very hard time ensuring that the infrastructure that they use to serve us as customers is maintained and where necessary is expanded. So we have to have a functioning utility, a utility that can that is a good enough investment so that money is available to that utility when it needs to make a change, needs to make an investment. And so it's a balance, and it's something that the PUC is responsible for as an economic regulator. We have to ensure that utilities have enough money to be stable and to be able to build and maintain that infrastructure. But it's obviously extremely important that the return is not so outsized that it's inconsistent with industry, with the rest of the utility industry, or so lucrative that the customers are suffering. And so it's a challenging balance. And the commission has a lot of legal discretion within a range of outcomes there. So courts have determined that that certainly utilities are entitled to make money, but how much is a question of some debate and some art. And that's where stakeholder participation, that's one of the many areas that stakeholder participation is important and why stakeholder participation matters in cases like rate cases. Okay, I think we got a raised hand.
Hello, Nolan. This is Stephen McDonald with T-Mix Incorporated. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well, doing well. I just had a quick question. Is there a list that is available to access? Hierarchical process doesn't matter, but that we can identify the responsibilities of the PUC by each industry. So, for the electrical industry, there's these 5 things: rates, DSP, whatever. For the natural gas industry, it's yada, yada, yada. For the water industry, it's yada, yada, yada. Is there a list that identifies all the responsibilities the PUC takes up?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know that we have anything like that. And the reason, as you can probably imagine, is the responsibilities expand every year. So, for example, in the last session, we have multiple new policies that we are to implement. Our staff has a really good handle on it. So our division administrators, when they plan work, they understand the various reports that they have to go through, the various requirements that have been imposed upon us by legislature. But I'm not aware that is all laid out in one place. So we got a couple other questions, and let's take those. So I'm not sure who's first. Let's see. Can folks unmute the people with questions?
Oh, sorry. I thought I accidentally unmuted myself.
Oh, no worries.
Hi, Nolan. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for educating me about this. This is very exciting. You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. I heard the term fair.
Yes.
A lot. How does the OPUC determine what fair means? And then how do you ensure that what's being done is fair?
Yeah.
And then fair to whom?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So when we think of fair in the context of rates, for example, we're considering fair as a rate that is commensurate with the service that's being provided. Is it a reasonable rate to charge that service for a customer? And we have to, by statute, we have to balance that along with the interests of the utility in being able to function and attract capital. But as I think your question gets at, that's just one aspect of fairness, and fairness in different contexts means different things. So for example, when it comes to access to renewable energy, fair in that context might mean something very different than does a rate compensate you for the electric service reasonably, and does it allow the utility to make a certain rate of return? It might mean that certain communities need access to renewable energy in a different way. And so fairness really depends on the docket and the issue that we're dealing with. I know that the folks that are working on DSP, for example, are looking at the question of fairness very differently than how it's looked at, again, for example, in a rate case. So that's a great question. Okay. So I'm gonna move to the next slide, and we'll continue to stop for questions as we go, and really appreciate those excellent questions. So the industries we work with, who do we regulate? So we regulate investor-owned utilities, and that's really important to note. Electric, natural gas, water, and telecommunication utilities for their rate-regulated services. We don't regulate the rates of municipal utilities. We do regulate a few activities of some municipal utilities, principally around some safety issues and siting of infrastructure issues. And we don't regulate non-regulated services like cell phone plans or things like cable. More examples, things like your water service in most communities, not all communities, but for example, I live in Portland. My water service comes from the city, and we do not regulate Portland water. If you live in another community where your water is provided by a for-profit water company, then our water staff works with those companies, and those companies' rates are set just like electricity rates and gas rates. So it really depends on sort of how your utility is governed. And the idea behind this is that if you live in a community and that community has a water company or an electric company or a gas provider, gas works, you have a direct avenue to deal with your issues associated with that service. So that service ultimately is accountable to you by virtue of your elected officials or elected board members in the case of co-ops. So the idea is that utility service is still accountable to you, just in a different way. So the commission was created to ensure that that the services of these for-profit investor-owned companies were subject to the same sort of accountability as these other providers, at least in part, along with all those other rate rationales that I presented earlier. So we were getting into this a minute ago, but with Stephen's question, but I'll talk about it more here. We have a lot of additional directives from the legislature that go beyond just ensuring that rates are just and reasonable. As the legislature has sought to implement policy changes that affect utilities regarding the environment and equity, among other issues, the PUC has become a vehicle for change. And here's just a few examples. So we have the legislation that provides for the increased development of renewable energy and for exit from coal generation facilities. Legislation, which we'll be talking about quite a bit today, that deals with differential rates that support equity and disadvantaged communities, which is something we're working to implement on a couple different fronts. legislation that broadly is intended to reduce utility sector emissions and move us towards a cleaner future. And then also policies that are intended to provide assistance, telecommunications assistance to folks in need. So the legislature has put a lot of directives upon us for those reasons I talked about earlier, because we have these open processes that are heavily informed by analysis and experts. A few others, community solar. The legislature wanted community solar development in Oregon and essentially put the entire program on the PUC to develop and implement. Resiliency, wildfire safety. There's a lot that the commission is responsible for, given our processes and expertise. Additionally, you may not know this, but the commission has some significant responsibilities around safety. So we regulate safety standards for regulated utilities and some utilities that, as I said earlier, are municipal utilities or co-ops. This authority comes both from our rate making and rulemaking functions, but also from some other legislation where we implement state and federal safety standards, for example, around pipeline safety. It's a pretty important and underappreciated responsibility here at the commission, and one that I think is growing in importance, particularly given the issues we've seen recently with wildfires and increased incidents of wildfires. So a very important team here at the commission, and one that doesn't get talked about too much, at least externally. Certainly we talk about it a lot here. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual people, and I won't spend too much time. You can look up their bios on the website, and of course, once you start to engage in our processes, you'll get to know them quite a bit as well. So we'll start with our chair. So our commission has 3 people in it, as I said earlier. Our chair is Megan Decker, and she's serving 2 terms here with us, and she's an attorney. She was a counsel for the Port of Portland. She's done a tremendous amount of energy regulatory and policy work here in Oregon, and really throughout the Northwest. And so a very knowledgeable attorney and a real expert. She has a tremendous amount of responsibilities here at the commission. If you ever watch one of our public meetings, you can see how informed that all commissioners have to be, but especially the chair, as she works through each issue and gets the commission to its decisions. So she manages each public meeting, she runs those. But beyond this, she's technically delegated the authority to run the entire agency. I mean, we have an agency of 120 people, and she is at the top of it in terms of an administrator. We obviously delegate a lot of duties within the agency through our executive director, Mike Grant, who reports directly to the chair. But she has a tremendous amount of responsibility in the agency, and as all of us who have worked with her know, she has a tremendous amount of energy as well, which is a good thing. So Letha Tawney. Letha has been with us for 2 terms as well. She is an expert in electricity business models, state regulation, clean energy development. She has a master's. She brings a really awesome and unique perspective to our processes. She's very focused on equity. She currently serves with as a board member of ETO, so she plays a major role with on energy efficiency in Oregon with the Energy Trust, and she brings a valuable perspective to the commission as a non-lawyer, but an expert in her own right. So she's very focused on the practical outcomes of our decisions, which is really helpful. And next we have Mark Thompson, who you're going to hear more from later today. So Mark is actually going to be on our panel this afternoon, our panel discussion with advocates. He's in his first term with the commission. He's also an attorney like Chair Decker. His background is in energy and administrative law. He's been both on the utility side and with private developers as an attorney. So he has a really good feel for sort of some of the stakeholders that are engaged at the commission. And he's a really thoughtful commissioner who really digs deeply into issues, as you will hear later in the panel. He has taken his role in this panel very seriously, and I can tell you he's done a lot of preparation for it. So you'll get to see his dedication in action later today. So our commissioners must decide hundreds of individual issues, if not, I don't know, might be over 1,000 individual issues every year, many of them consisting of complicated topics. And there's a variety of complicated positions involved and opposing positions many times. And so that's where the commission staff comes in. So I'm going to talk briefly about commission staff, and I have one small slide here. This doesn't really do justice to the extraordinary work of our commission staff, and you'll hear a bit from them later. But essentially, we have a whole a delegated group that works directly with the commission to do a number of different things. So the commission staff provides a tremendous amount of support. They analyze filings from utilities, they look at legislation, and then they make specific recommendations to the commission on ways to resolve issues. They do this in a couple different ways at public meetings, which you'll hear a bit about more. They come forward and actually produce a recommendation that the commission considers. They consider this in front of the world. Comments are made by all sorts of stakeholders, and staff must interact with those stakeholders and try to come to a position that's reasonable. They do it in contested cases. So staff is actually a party to our contested cases, our litigation, which I'll talk about in more detail later. And then staff plays an essential role in any rules that we develop as a commission, which again, we'll go into detail more on later. And I think most importantly for you all here today, staff really works hard to facilitate and understand stakeholders, and whatever their role is, they're always open to stakeholder engagement, and they work hard to facilitate that. And part of the reason we have these conversations and these trainings is so that we have more stakeholder input, and staff can work directly with more diverse voices. On the Administrative Hearings Division, another support arm of the commission, that's the division that I work with. Essentially, we're assisting the commissioners on the decision-making side. So as I said earlier, the commission is sort of a decision-making machine, and it gets a bunch of inputs. Well, that's a lot to organize, especially with as many cases as we have going on. So our division helps the decision-making team at every aspect, whether it be public meetings or these litigated cases in particular, which we'll talk about later. We write orders for the commission, we recommend orders, and we help them throughout the decision-making process. So some of the key terms that you're going to hear today, I'll just go through these one by one. We've already heard a couple of them. So rate regulated, what that means is any company that must clear its rate changes with the commission. So we're doing core regulation in these companies. A public meeting. So a public meeting is a meeting where two or more, that's a quorum, of the commissioners are present. So anytime we do that, we have to notice it. We have to tell the public, hey, the commission is meeting, it's going to think about something, or it's going to make a decision. And the reason we do that, we have to comply with our public meeting law. We have to make our decision-making process accessible to you, to the public, and to stakeholders. A docket. So a docket is a tracked matter at the commission. It's a forum for activity. It's essentially a file. It's a place where we take action as a commission on a specific issue. The utility files a change in rates. We'll turn that into a docket in many cases, which can allow you to track it and participate in it. A contested case is a trial-like proceeding. These are, the commission doesn't always handle decisions this way, but sometimes we do. And essentially it's like a trial. There are parties, there is evidence, And then the commissioners act like judges. They get to meet in private in these unique circumstances, and they issue a final decision. An advice filing is a filing to make a change, a specific change to a utility policy or utility tariff, which often gets turned into a docket. A rulemaking is a process that creates a new or amended rule that's binding on utilities. The rules have the force of law. We'll talk more about those later. And the commission, we get a lot of broad mandates from the legislature. And so we have to write rules. We have to set rules of the road to how to get that done. A workshop is a collaborative meeting. Essentially, it's just a structured conversation led by somebody, whether it's the commission staff or commissioners, sometimes utilities, sometimes other people. But we hold a lot of these. They're open. It's a place to have a conversation, and they're very accessible tools, and I would highly recommend participating in them if there's a docket you're interested in. It's a great place to plug into the commission. You don't need to prepare a lot to have an impact. It's moving on some. Oh yeah, I think we have somebody's hand up.
Yes, Nolan, this is Sylvia, and I was just wondering if you can give me the elevator pitch for what's a tariff, because I haven't worked much on the rate side, and I know it's a thing, important thing, but I don't know what it is.
Sure, no problem.
Thank
Yeah, great question. So a tariff is a specific schedule. So when you get a rate, when as a customer, when you receive your bill consists of a variety of schedules. It adds up to be one final number. That's the number most people pay attention to, but it's actually multiple components, and each of those components have meaning. Some of those components are charged just to residential customers. Others get charged to larger customers only, or a specific subset of customers. And so there are many utility tariffs in a rate schedule. And what we do is we examine them one by one. So if a utility comes in and wants to add a charge to a customer's rate to pay for some new program, we're going to be looking at that. If they wanted to change that tariff, that's going to be a docketed matter. So a tariff is essentially a portion or sometimes even the whole rate that a customer is charged. Rates are essentially divided up into slices, and a tariff can be characterized as one of those slices. So I hope that was helpful. Tariffs are inherently confusing. Yeah, we have another question.
Hi, thanks, Nolan. This may not be the right place for this question, but wondering if there's a brief answer you can give to what an automatic adjustment clause is and how it works.
Yeah, an automatic adjustment clause is I give you a very brief description, and then we can have our rate staff follow up with along with Sylvia's question with some more detail when we publish some written responses. But essentially, an automatic adjustment clause is a tracking mechanism to allow certain utility expenses to be adjusted in real time, which is unusual. Utility rates are usually set and frozen. At least that's how they used to be done. Essentially, we would a utility company would put forward a rate proposal. We would say that looks good, it's just and reasonable, and that would stay in place until the rates changed, until we approved a different rate. In an automatic adjustment clause and other tracking-like mechanisms, the rate can fluctuate a bit depending on certain conditions, whether it be fuel costs or other things. So it's a way of allowing the rates to change in real time, and that's done for a variety of reasons. So I hope that's helpful. Do we have anything else in the chat? Okay.
Nothing in the chat today.
Okay. Thank you, Azelle. All right. So a couple other things. Filing. That's the paper that gets pushed around at the commission. It's a submitted document sent to the commission that you'll see pop up in a docket. Ex parte communication. So in our contested cases, which I'll talk about in a bit, where the commission acts like judges, we want to make sure that every communication that occurs to the judges occurs out in the open so that any other party can respond to it. So that's an ex parte communication. That's a communication that occurs outside of the other parties. And we have to allow a process for people to respond to it. Intervenor funding, we'll talk a lot about this later, but essentially this is money for advocates to participate at the PUC. It's existed for a while for a subset of advocates, and now it's been expanded, and we're going to talk about that. Differential rates are rates that consider energy burden on low-income customers along with other factors. So we have new authority to utilize differential rates out of HB 2475. An arrearage management plan, you'll hear about that. That's a plan to support a customer when dealing with a large amount of past due bills. Yes, we have a question.
Hi, Nolan. Thanks so much for this content. I've always wondered, and perhaps you can illuminate this, why on earth is intervenor funding flowed through the utilities when often the intervenors are wanting to have a conversation that, it may not be fully aligned with the conversation the utility wants to have? Doesn't make any sense to me, and I hope you can explain that.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. To be diplomatic, this is a legislative requirement. I think that other states have done this differently, where not every state, now I will say, not every state has something like this with intervenor funding or a funded consumer advocate. That's not a benefit that every state has, but here in Oregon, we do. The legislation requires that utilities essentially agree to that funding, and it's required both for our traditional intervenor funding as well as our new intervenor funding. So it's sort of a structure in the law. Now I will say that, at least in my experience, utilities have been extremely sensitive to this issue, in the sense of, I've never seen, and I don't know that no one's ever pointed to me an instance where a utility has come out and said, we believe that group ought not to get funding because of the positions they have taken, they will take, or we expect them to take. So, as you'll hear from Cub, who's on our panel, Cub aggressively goes after utilities in cases all the time, but they get their funding directly from the utilities, at least part of it. And same thing with our industrial customer representative, AWEC. So, I understand sort of where you're coming from there, but at least in practice, that concern hasn't caused problems yet. So.
And that's great that it's worked out really well, and I'm good on the utilities for being so welcoming of that feedback. I guess this to me points to a broader issue when you say that, or as you pointed out, that this is a function of legislation and this is what the legislature has told you all to do.
Yeah.
To me, that's not a fantastic answer just because somebody told you that's how it has to be. Is there a process by which the PUC can say, hey, legislature, we're told to do it this way, but we might have some ideas about a better way? I don't see a lot of back and forth like that. Is there a process by which the PUC says, there's a better way for you all to tell us to run this thing?
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, the legislature, we as an agency, we don't do a lot of proactive proposals for legislation, but functionally, in theory, we can. So, it is something in theory the commission could decide. This really isn't the right approach, and we don't think it should go forward this way. We realize though that a piece of legislation like this is a creature of compromise in some respects. So, we're certainly interested in all sorts of solutions in terms of getting intervenor funding out to people. And I agree with you that in theory, the commission could say, we think you ought to do it a different way. Okay, thank you, Tim. Let's see. So well, I just went through.
Nolan, we have a question in the chat room, if I may.
Absolutely.
And this question is from Jim Kreider. He says, what is protocol for communicating with commissioners outside a contested case like a docket, like in a docket?
That's a good question. So commissioners can communicate individually with anyone about issues at the commission, as long as they're not issues at state, they're not issues in a contested case. And it would go, you know, essentially like any communication with a government official. There'd be a request for a meeting or a call, and the commissioners would individually decide whether or not to have that discussion. I will tell you that they try to be extremely fair about that. So, you know, if we've got a rulemaking coming up, for example, and someone wants to talk to them about that rulemaking, they'll think about what they're going to do about it. Are they going to sit down and talk to anybody who wants to talk? Or are they going to say, no, we want to work through the official channels? So they have discretion. They could meet with you. They could decide not to. But they do seek to be extremely fair about how they make that decision. All right. So we just did differential rates. I think we talked about arrearage management plans, talk about bill assistance. You'll hear more about that. Essentially, direct financial support, lower bills for classes of customers. Disconnection is a process where a customer no longer gets access to services. So it's a process to cut off that customer from services based typically on non-payment of bills. Levelized payments are payments designed to recover a specific amount from a customer at a manageable rate over time. Oh, okay, so that's this presentation. I'm complete here on just the general roles and responsibilities of the commission. A quick reminder on the upcoming sections and we'll hear about shortly. We're going to talk a bit about low-income issues and process, and then we're going to talk about how to participate in the context of those low-income issues. We're going to talk about intervenor funding. I'm going to talk about specifically about the new intervenor funding that's available to stakeholders. And then we're going to have a hopefully a really interesting conversation with our panel. And so before we get started with Michelle, I believe she is next. So I'm going to give her a minute to get her things ready. We have a question. We'll hear from Zach.
Hey, Nolan, thanks so much for the information. And I just want to catch you before we move on to the next topic. And I wonder if this is the right time, but I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about what happens that we don't see.
Sure.
And I know that's a loaded question, but we're trying to participate in what we can see in this public process, but can you give an idea of what's happening that we can't see?
Yeah, it's a great question. And this will come up a bit in the next presentation as well, but it depends on the process. It really depends on the process. So as I said earlier, the commissioners have to make a huge amount of decisions. They will rely on staff quite a bit to help them talk through these issues. So for example, if we've got an issue in front of the commissioners in a public meeting, what they can't do is go talk to each other about it ahead of time. They have to have that conversation in public. Again, I'll talk more about that later. But what they can do is talk to staff about where they are. They can talk to the public. They can talk to experts. So they have conversations typically with staff and staff leadership, staff management about the issues, about where the stakeholders are, and staff provides that input and advice as they consider the issues. Or they may talk to us, the administrative law judges, or they may talk to our commissioner advisors, who are really valuable folks who help coordinate all that information for commissioners. So that's sort of what happens behind the scenes in a public meeting case. In a contested case, it's a bit different. It's a much smaller group because they act like judges. So they really only have access to a few staff managers and our team and the commission advisors. And then in a rulemaking, they also have that more broader, like a public meeting, that more broader pool to choose from. They can talk to a wide range of staff. They can talk to the public, of course, and they can talk to us. So it really depends. And the behind the scenes, there isn't any big mystery. It's essentially the commissioners have to think about this stuff. They have to have conversations. They have to think about the implications of their potential decisions. And so they do have a lot of conversations to consider their various options. Okay. So I'm going to go on mute and let Michelle take over.
There we go. Sorry, it's hard to find the unmute button. Can everybody hear me okay? I'll assume.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you, Nolan. As he said, the next section that we're going to be looking to go over is the slide deck that we have on low income rate making and access to services. So just to kind of start off, my name is Michelle Scala, and I'm an energy analyst here at the Oregon Public Utilities Commission within the Strategy Integration Division. So if you see OPUC, you know what that is, and SID, you know what that is. As Nolan mentioned, we'd like to take some time to highlight some specific dockets that attendees today may be interested in, and do so in the context of how to engage with OPUC processes. As an initial disclaimer, I want folks to know that we as staff recognize that the dockets we'll highlight in the upcoming slides represent a pretty narrow list as far as the dockets and issues that impact energy burdened and energy insecure communities. And what we've found more and more and have had affirmed with community and environmental justice advocates is that equity considerations live throughout a multitude of dockets at the PUC. And so while some are more obvious or explicit than others, we shouldn't overlook the importance in like applying an equity lens across all our work, and then think holistically about the impacts policy and programmatic work at the PUC might have on certain communities, and whether those impacts overlap with systemic inequities in the utility industry or the state of Oregon generally. So please know that amid this recognition and prefacing, there are always lessons for us to hear and learn and employ in the equity and environmental justice space. So please don't hesitate to communicate with the PUC or known contacts on how we can improve in this regard. So moving on to the slides. Oops, too fast. There we go. Okay, so one of the major efforts happening at the PUC today is our effort to implement the Energy Affordability Act across regulated utilities in our states. So another way that the Energy Affordability Act is referred to is as House Bill or HB 2475. This measure passed through the legislature and became effective on January 1st, 2022. At the PUC, we've docketed our implementation effort as UM 2211. And that way, if you see HB 2475 or UM 2211, know that they are tied together. UM 2211 is a bit of an umbrella docket and something of a landing space on the PUC managed e-dockets. You can see that there is a link on the slide. So if you click that, it'll take you to the e-dockets for UM 2211. And there you can find some of the work, engagement, notifications, and references to related dockets. We also asked that the utilities try to post their notices related to their other dockets or notices of intent and comments in the e-docket space for UM 2211 as well. So if you're struggling to make sure that you're on all the necessary service lists for dockets related to HB 2475, please know that being added to the UM 2211 service list is a great place to start and hear about related utility filings and dockets that will eventually, and also things that'll be part of the broad investigation overall. So speaking of related dockets, let me see. There are really kind of three high-level categories that are either directly or tangentially related to UM 2211 and the low-income or energy burden issues generally. So these are advice filings, rulemakings, and rate cases. The advice filings, which we'll have listed out on the following slides, will represent the interim action differential rates and programs being proposed to the Commission for implementation in the second quarter of 2022. And let me clarify that that's not all advice filings. It's just the advice filings that are related to UM 2211 will initially be the interim action differential rates. The rulemaking dockets related to UM 2211 are going to be covering intervenor funding related to HB 2475 and the expansion of Division 21 customer protections. And lastly, we have rate cases, which are rather broad in scope, but no doubt have the capacity to touch on equity issues and low income programs, whether there are proposals coming from the utility, stakeholders and interveners, or staff. So now we'll go on to the high level categories a little bit more granularly and point out what specifically is happening at the PUC. So slide 5 here lists out any active, concluded, or forthcoming advice filings related to interim differential rates and programs by the Oregon regulated utilities. I've tried to make each of the docket numbers working links. So hopefully if you click on one, obviously not on the share screen, but on the slide deck, if you have it or get it later, you should be able to navigate to the eDockets page where communications, orders, staff reports, or more have been posted based on the corresponding docket. We've had an amazing engagement experience with a really diverse group of stakeholders in a number of the dockets you see on this slide. We're actively trying to encourage proactive engagement, open forums for collaboration, and pursue the mentality of planning with rather than planning for. And we haven't done it perfectly. Again, there's always lessons to be learned, but we like to think that it has evolved somewhat from previous engagement in kinds of dockets. Utilities have been asked to work with community stakeholders in advance of formal filings so that interested parties may contribute meaningfully to proposals rather than just engage reactively in the formal process when the clocks are running. So that might be a good signal to say that adding yourself to a service list is a great way to get those notifications, but sometimes there are things that are happening before a formal filing is made. And that's why we've created, well, that's one of the reasons why we've created that UM 2211 space for some of that informal engagement. I see Nolan popping in, so.
Yeah, Michelle, I think that's exactly right. And maybe this makes sense for me to talk a little bit about the process around these types of dockets right now. So the dockets that Michelle is describing here are what are called other than contested or non-contested dockets. What that means is they're not trial-like dockets. You don't need to have an attorney to participate in them, and they're really staff-led. So before I go on, I want to Isel has a question or wants to jump in here.
I do. These are questions from the chat. One, first question, I think might be helpful to expand what it means to be added to a service list. I know that we have some newcomers here, and that may not be as clear. And then there's another question immediately after that.
Great. Yeah, absolutely. So being added to a service list, you can do that through our eDocket system. You can email our hearings division. We'll share that email at the end of the presentation today. And essentially you say, you'll be talking directly to our support division here at the commission. We've got a group of great support people who help us manage these dockets. And what they will do is they will ensure that you get notifications around whatever docket you're interested in. So really you can get added to the service list in any docket. So to be added to the service list, it's really just a matter of contacting the hearings division, contacting the commission. The information's on the website to do that. And then you're going to be talking with a real person, and that real person will hook you up and get you associated with the docket. And so you'll get notifications every time something happens in that docket.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Nolan. Also from Stephen McDonald, he asks, Does UM 2211 encapsulate the House Bill 2021 directive regarding markets and rates too? Or is House Bill 2021 gaining its own docket?
Michelle, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. I mean, sorry, I was like nodding and shaking, but it does not include the HB 2021, and HB 2021 will have its own docket. I believe it already does, and I apologize if Caroline is on the line. Maybe she can pop in and give you the number. I don't have it at the top of my mind.
Thanks much, Michelle. Also, Zach, forgive me, you can phonetically spell it for me in the chat if I don't pronounce this correctly, but Zach Sermox asks, what does the enhanced schedule mean? And I believe that's referred to in Northwest Naturals advice filing and Cascades advice filing. What does the enhanced schedule mean, and does this help people?
Sure. So I'm actually going to go over some additional detail related to their specific proposals when Nolan wraps up kind of some of the more procedural stuff. But just at a high level, I'll say that the reason we've called it is enhanced is because Schedule 35 and Schedule R are both already tariffs that are in place, and they have created proposals within ADV 1367 and ADV 1373 that have made programmatic changes which are supposed to be more supportive to residential customers in arrears. And that's why we've kind of given it that enhanced name.
Thank you much, Michelle.
All right, excellent. I'll finish up the process discussion and then we'll get back to that great content from Michelle. So these dockets, the types of dockets that Michelle is describing here, they're not contested dockets, meaning you don't have to have an attorney to participate in them. They're not trial-like proceedings. They're staff-led. So staff is super important for these dockets. Essentially, they're collecting feedback from a bunch of stakeholders. They're working with utilities, and ultimately they're going to present a recommendation to the commission one way or the other about these specific filings that the utilities are making. So it's really important to engage with staff directly if you have an interest in these dockets. And as I said, ultimately what happens is staff will come forward in a public meeting and they'll say, we believe that Northwest Naturals schedule ought to be approved, or it ought to be approved with these conditions. And so there's an opportunity to talk to staff, to talk to other stakeholders, to talk to the utility ahead of that action. And then, of course, when that action occurs, the way it occurs is staff will put a memo in the docket, and that memo will be available coming up to the public meeting. So the public meeting will be scheduled. If you're on the service list, you're going to get notice of that. You'll get a notification saying there's going to be a public meeting. You're going to get all the comments that are coming in associated with that public meeting. You'll be able to read them. You'll be able to file comments of your own, written comments, in preparation of the public meeting. And the commissioners are going to review all that. They're going to review all those comments before they make a decision. And then finally, at the public meeting itself, staff is going to explain its position, and you're going to have the opportunity as a stakeholder to explain why you agree with it, or you think it's different than the way it should be. And ultimately, the commission is going to take all that into account and make a decision in public and during that public meeting. Because these aren't contested cases, the commission has to do that. They've got to make the decision in a public meeting. They can't talk ahead of time. That's a violation of the public meeting law. So all of this occurs at our regular public meeting, which is typically every 2 weeks on Tuesday. After that decision is made by the commission, what happens then is utility compliance. So the utility will, whatever the commission generally decides, the utility will take that home, figure out what changes it needs to make to its tariff, and then file a compliant file. So they're in a public meeting for these types of decisions, just sort of to sum it all up, there's some restrictions on what the commissioners can do, but there's not much restriction on what you can do as an advocate. You can get involved relatively easily as opposed to some of our other processes.
And excuse me, Nolan, just in the way of clarification, and with that related to jargon a little bit.
Sure.
When we say schedule here, that's almost synonymous with tariff.
Yes, that's correct. I was using the term schedule just in the context of Michelle's example of ADV 1373. So
No.
that's great. I appreciate that question. It's hard not to slip into jargon talk, as I'm sure you can all imagine. So I appreciate Azelle keeping us honest. All right, Michelle, I'm going to go off video and mute myself.
Thanks, Nolan. Yeah, I know that was a lot of really great context. And as Nolan pointed out, there is so much value to engaging with staff and the utilities early and frequently, because when staff makes its memo and recommendations, our big goal is to find something that, folks all feel comfortable with. And, that also makes the decision, I feel like, easier for the commission because they know that there has been active engagement from the community that's going to be impacted, that the utilities feel like these changes, if any, are possible. And, it's just kind of the path of least resistance. And so I do invite folks to, reach out if they feel like they haven't been included on something that they are interested in being included in, because we try to cast some pretty wide nets, but that's not to say that we don't lose some fish along the way. And so this is definitely, like Nolan said, a great place to kind of get opinions in and out there, because staff really tries to inform itself as best as possible from stakeholder input. So I also wanted to highlight that by engaging in advance of the formal filings, when those opportunities are there, it kind of helps alleviate some of the pressure of engagement, because once the formal filing has been made, as Nolan may kind of clarify more later, there are process clocks running. And so we need to get things to a meeting at a certain point. And so engagement happens a little bit more rapidly after that filing comes in. So going back to highlighting some of the current affairs and maybe potential opportunities for engagement, I'll note that Cascade Natural Gas recently had their interim bill assistance proposal approved by the commission and is actively providing this assistance to customers. Stakeholders who are willing to provide feedback on this program may do so outside of the formal process during the interim, and give both staff and Cascade an opportunity to consider and weigh in on any insights in advance of their more formal differential rate design that's expected in the fall. So even if the arrearage management plan, or AMP, doesn't continue beyond the differential rate proposal, there are sometimes like policy concerns, eligibility concerns that might be addressed along the way. So just because a docket has concluded in terms of the PUC process, it doesn't mean we're not still interested in hearing folks' experiences and thoughts on the matter. So Cascade has initiated some preliminary engagement on their differential rate bill discount proposal. And so folks will have the opportunity to engage directly with the company or in larger group settings coordinated by Cascade or staff. We expect any engagement on this effort that occurs in advance of the filing from the company will provide notifications under the UM 2211 docket, which again highlights the value of requesting to be added to that service list on the umbrella docket. For the Avista docket you see listed, ADV 1254, this is actually a permanent arrearage management program that utilizes low income rate assistance program funds. So that's Avista's LIRAP. And this was approved by the commission last summer and implemented in the fall of 2021. It was kind of a proactive initiative by the company that occurred in advance of staff guidance issued under UM 2211. But the company is still interested in revising some of those LIRAP guidelines with relation to the AMP in order to expand the assistance and align with some of the HB 2475 guidance staff has provided. And I'm going to cover in the next slide. So engagement has actually just started on these additional terms, and they're not going to require a tariff change because they already have approval to use LIRAP funds for the AMP under the tariff. And then in order to expand the way that they're proposing to, it would just be a shift in the LIRAP guidelines. So engagement would kind of occur outside of the PUC process. And I want you to know that Avista has invited comments. So folks wishing to engage or hear more about that, they can either reach out to the company directly or they can talk with staff to figure out what contacts are appropriate. Northwest Natural took their enhanced bill assistance proposal to the commission last week and received approval to continue an AMP that was first crafted as a COVID relief measure related to the COVID investigation, docket number UM 2114. The evolution proposed in ADV 1373 was intended to capture both extended relief through the existing program and provide targeted funds for income qualified individuals related to HB 2475 guidance. So I want to highlight how impactful stakeholder engagement was in this specific process. And because of that engagement, because of those opinions, we've asked as a contingency on approval, the company implement some additional changes over the next 30 to 60 days that respond to the feedback, that the program be more targeted at mitigating energy burden and reducing barriers to accessing benefits. It is possible that Northwest Natural may need additional time to implement those changes. And if so, we would encourage additional engagement to articulate community expectations and need and help inform the commission when they consider the degree an extension may or may not be warranted. Portland General Electric's proposal is filed under ADV 1365. It's on the public meeting agenda for next Tuesday, April 5th. The company set a pretty commendable example of frequent and early engagement with stakeholders in advance and following the formal PUC filing. The proposal is the first income qualified differential rate design to come before the Oregon Commission and is intended to target energy burden individuals through a tiered discount structure. The process and proposal has been thorough and well praised, but that being said, I'd note that praise and approval do not necessarily mean that a proposal is set in stone and will exist in perpetuity as is. PGE has committed to ongoing engagement and recognizes that the programs being proposed as HB 2475 interim efforts are akin to pilots and are likely to be informed not only by their own engagement, but the broader HB 2475 investigation that plans to tackle policy and topical issues related to differential rates and programs. And we're hoping to do this through a workshop series that begins sometime between Q2 and Q3 of this year. All that to say, an income-based percentage of bill discount is not necessarily the end-all be-all, even if that's what every single utility proposes and gets approved in the interim. So robust engagement and feedback is one of the ways that we can try to turn over all the rocks in the process of the investigation. PacifiCorp has not yet filed a proposal, but has referenced their intent to propose an income qualified differential rate similar to what they have in their Washington state service territory. We're aware that they have asked for additional runway, and we expect a proposal to be ready to implement by the summer. Idaho Power Company has been given a somewhat different direction from staff. This was a collaborative effort for us to be responsive to the company's concerns that their service territory might not best be served by a differential rate. So the approach here is to prioritize engagement and dig into the company's sentiments that their service territory and needs are such that differential rates might not be the best tool against energy burden. So the expectation is that the company will conduct like 1 or 2 workshops, maybe more, with CAP agencies, community stakeholders, staff, and customers to discuss the different directions and implications of those directions that the company has considered with regard to differential rates and addressing energy burden. Staff has heard from the company some ideas such as general rate redesigns that may indirectly provide some relief to lower income homes. And it is possible that there are other more nuanced ways Idaho Power may address energy burden given the different needs of the Eastern Oregon Territory. But we expect that the ultimate path is one that has been informed by the communities who will bear the impacts. So generally, as you navigate through these various filings, it might be good to give a little context to what the companies are coming forward with beyond the HB 2475 language. The details are rolled up in the next slide here and are published in staff's guidance, which was posted on February 2nd, 2022 under UM 2211 on eDockets. So if you go to the UM 2211 landing page on eDockets and you look for February 2nd, 2022, you should be able to see like staff's revised comments. I think there was a typographical error that we corrected in the February 2nd edition. And so you can get more detail and context on that. And we based this guidance on feedback from the utilities and stakeholders on many things, including priorities, timelines, community needs, and lessons learned from previous dockets like the COVID investigation under UM 2114. So just generally, we recommended that gas utilities provide enhanced bill assistance using newer existing programs. We heard from the gas utilities that differential rates were on the horizon, but longer runway was needed. And all three targeted the fall of 2022 for an initial differential rate implementation. Wanting to provide customers relief from the winter heating bills and lingering arrearages in advance of the differential rate proposals, stakeholders conveyed how important swift interim action from the gas utilities would be, and thus staff thought that arrearage assistance targeted towards energy burdened households would be a quick and meaningful approach that was already partially vetted in the UM 2114 process where AMPs were first proposed. We also asked that they commit to the differential rate implementation in the later part of 2022 and utilize staff guidance to the maximum extent possible, both in the enhanced bill assistance and differential rate proposal. Electric utilities, with the exception of Idaho Power, were asked to target Q2 2022 for interim differential rate proposals, and again, asked to utilize staff guidance related to key design elements from baseline evaluation criteria as much as possible. So the following slide highlights this guidance and is also published in that same February 2nd, 2022 UM 2211 post. So I apologize, it might be hard to see, so I'll just mention quickly at a high level, the main categories staff endeavored to provide some direction on were eligibility, level of relief, tracking and accounting, bundling, and outreach and engagement. So in staff's memos, like what Nolan was mentioning earlier, where we recommend commission action on the utility proposals, we have specifically addressed the proposed terms within the context of this guidance. So that is advice filings related to UM 2211. The second high-level category for dockets is rulemaking dockets. And I can hand it off to Nolan here as he is leading one of the major ones, AR 652, unless he wants me to speak really quickly on the Division 21 effort first.
No, I can talk about this briefly. Essentially, this is the formal rulemaking during which we'll develop intervenor funding rules for HB 2475. So as I mentioned earlier, HB 2475 created a new pot of funding for environmental justice community groups and groups representing low-income customers. I'll talk about this later, but right now we have some interim funding in place before rules are developed to implement that legislation. So money is available today. However, we do need to develop final rules, which goes into what Tim suggested about how money is accessed. So we'll have, the opportunity to talk about what the commission can do around access to funding as we develop final rules. So that rulemaking is going to commence in two phases. The first phase is going to constitute a negotiation with utilities. Essentially, we're going to have advocates work with utilities on an agreement that everyone finds serves their needs. That is how the legislation is structured. So we need those agreements. Once those agreements are developed, we will reflect those in rules in a formal rulemaking. So we'll definitely have an update in that docket soon about next steps in that rulemaking. So back to you, Michelle.
Thank you. So the other piece is the AR 653, and this is the docket number for the Division 21 Customer Protections rulemaking. This is still in the informal phase as well, which Nolan's going to explain here in a second what that means. But for context with regard to the content of the docket, this process emerged from the UM 2114 work. Again, that's the COVID investigation and the engagement we've heard on expanding and strengthening customer protections concerning disconnections. Many of the changes being proposed were initially temporary protections afforded during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as we heard more and more about disparate impacts and the realities faced by some households experiencing disconnection risk, it became imperative to address how we might bring some of these temporary protections into a permanent space. So far, 2 drafts of these rules have been circulated with stakeholders, the latest of which tried to incorporate the comments submitted by the utilities and community advocates. And next week, we have an upcoming workshop to discuss the latest evolution of the rules. And I provided those details here on the slide. And again, if you do have access or request access to the slide deck, you should be able to get that link to the meeting on Zoom by clicking there. So that's it for me for a bit.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Michelle. That was excellent. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process around rulemaking as you contemplate participating in our ongoing rulemakings. So first, what are rules? Well, rules are requirements on utilities or our participants that have the force of law. We can enforce them. They're requirements that people need to follow. Typically, they're instigated by legislation that comes our way and that we're asked to implement. But we can also make rules on our own motion as long as they're consistent with law, and stakeholders can do the same as well. So we have 2 phases to our rulemakings. The first is an informal phase, and this is very heavily staff-led, as Michelle mentioned. The goal of this part of the rulemaking is the development of a proposed rule, something that staff will put in front of the commission in a public meeting. What you can expect, these are highly collaborative processes. There's going to be a lot of staff-led workshops, as Michelle mentioned. Staff will solicit comments. They'll ask for informal comments from you, written comments, and just verbal comments in these workshops where you'll have conversations with staff and other stakeholders. There'll be the opportunity to participate in meetings and suggest changes to a draft set of rules, as well as to collaborate amongst advocates or with utilities or with staff. The staff will work to try to synthesize all this and come up with a recommendation that addresses disputes and something that's workable for the commission. And then ultimately, staff will make a recommendation to the commission. They'll have final rules or final proposed rules that will be vetted by you as part of this process, and then they'll take them to an open meeting. At that meeting, the commission is going to consider whether or not to move forward to a formal process. So they don't take any action to adopt rules at that final meeting in the informal process. They just decide whether or not they're going to continue on with the rulemaking. So it's a public meeting item, just like the other ones we talked about earlier, where you can come and support staff's recommendation or say it should be changed, et cetera. And the commission will take all that into account and then make a decision. So we can talk about the formal phase now. So if the commission moves forward and they say, all right, these proposed rules look good to us, let's move forward. They get filed at the Secretary of State to provide notice to the whole state that we're going to potentially change our rules. And then during this formal phase, things are led by our group and an administrative law judge. So it is a more formal phase. It typically, it's a little less collaborative. We're dealing with workshops sometimes, not always. I've got a couple of rulemakings now where we do have some workshops in the formal phase. We definitely take a lot of written comment, and there's a public comment hearing. This is a requirement, a legislative requirement. We have to have this public comment hearing. It is it's an opportunity for anybody to come in front of the commission and make comments about proposed rules. Anything at all, really. So we set those. Those are known well in advance, and we accept written comments up to a specific deadline. And at that point, at that deadline, no comment is accepted anymore. So there's a finite decision in time where the commission is open to feedback and taking it, and then the commission enters a decision-making phase. At which point. It no longer is taking comment on the rules and is just thinking about the decision it's going to make. As I talked about earlier, rulemakings are not contested cases. So the commission's decisions need to happen in public. So you'll never see the commission just issue an order on rules without talking about it in public. We will hold a public meeting. The commissioners will get together for the first time together to talk about rules and say whether they like the proposed rules or they don't, and they want them changed. And this is where you're going to see your comments come through. That is where the commission is going to consider those, consider whether or not to make any specific changes to the rules. And if the commission adopts rules, those rules will be filed with the Secretary of State, and after a certain interval of time, they'll become operative. So that's rulemaking. Zell?
Thank you, Nolan. Man, I got a question in the chat that if we can maybe summarize, like in 2 or 3 sentences, I think going back a few slides to the different advice filings and dockets that are open. Yes, yep. Giving people on the call in the meeting space with us, a brief summary of what each of these advice filing dockets, what they're about, really briefly, so that people who want to get added to the service list will know which service list they should be added to. Also, so that they can start to familiarize themselves with some of the terms, because some of this can be hard to track.
Sure.
If you following what I'm saying, like people are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to give Michelle the opportunity to do most of this. I'll quickly say though that one thing I overlooked here that is obvious to me because I live in this world, but not as many other people. Our dockets have these labels in front of them: ADV. You see the AR, the UM. Those do have some meaning. The big thing to note here is that all of these dockets on this slide are other than contested case dockets. To the extent that the commission is going to take action on them, they're going to take action in a public meeting. So they're not going to use a trial-like process. Then we're not going to have a formal evidentiary hearing. Additionally, they're not rulemakings. So rulemakings always say AR. So those are rulemaking dockets. So if you see AR in front of a docket number, that's a rulemaking. So Michelle, I'll let you just summarize each one real quick.
Thanks, Nolan. Thanks, Azelle. So I would say that as far as dockets to be added to, if you are even tangentially related in energy burden, I would definitely say UM 2211, because that is going to be the umbrella docket. ADV 1367, which is Cascade Natural Gas, that is an enhanced arrearage management program that has an income qualifier for participation of 300% federal poverty level or less. It is indexed by household size. So if you go to one of the federal sites that has that, you can kind of get the details. And it uses a benefit curve that provides a descending amount of relief based on how much closer you get to that 300% federal poverty level. They have made it so that participants can engage or enroll more than once, i.e. like more than one bite at the apple, as Cascade enjoys to say. And basically it's forgiveness because it's a no match grant. And if you have been enrolled in energy assistance, you will be automatically enrolled in this benefit. If you have not received energy assistance in the past, then you are welcome to apply and receive it based on a self-declared income level. Now, I wouldn't necessarily add yourself to this service list because it is a closed docket. That is with the caveat, sometimes things get posted after the fact and no harm, no foul, but I think UM 2211 should cover anything that touches on this program in the future. Same thing for Avista Utilities. This has been approved. There's no more action happening actively under ADV 1254. And this is an arrearage management program that uses their LIRAP funds, which is collected through a tariff rider. In other words, a charge that shows up as a separate line item on your bill, which is percentage based. and it goes to all their customers, and it feeds into their LIRAP fund, which they use for their program expenses related to LIRAP. And basically what it is a 90-10 match. So a qualifying customer who meets the eligibility requirements, which are linked to the LIHEAP eligibility requirements. So I believe that's 60% SMI or below, is eligible to receive a matching grant where the company pays 90% of your arrears and you pay 10% of your arrears across a time payment arrangement. The Northwest Natural filing, I would say you could definitely add yourself to this service list, since there are going to be some things that are evolving in the program over the next 30 to 60 days with relation to categorical eligibility and auto enrollment. And what they have proposed is their original Schedule R, which has a variety of options. I believe there are 5 different options: time payment arrangement match, 50-50 kind of lump sum match, customer assistance grant, and there's also a crisis grant in there. Again, the details would be in the final proposal, but participants or eligible enrollments there can use up to $1,500 in assistance, and they can combine options. Now, we've approved the tariff, or sorry, we approved the changes with an adjustment to the original instant grant, which was only up to $300, so that now it's up to $600. And there's also a low income grant option for energy assistance customers that goes all the way up to $1,500. And if you're confused about, well, how is it someone can access $1,500 worth of benefit if the instant grant only allows $600, it would be through a combination of options. So if they also decided to get a little bit of a lump sum grant, and then if they decide to do a little bit of a time payment arrangement, it's just whatever combination, they can receive up to $1,500 in assistance. For the Portland General Electric, I would say you could add yourself to that. However, I will note that that is going to public meeting on the 5th, which is next week, but we're also expecting some potential evolutions in that proposal because we've asked that they implement some sort of auto enrollment by June in our staff recommendation. So if the commission decides to include that recommendation in their approval, then it would happen a little bit later and might be filed under the same docket. And that one is a tiered discount program. So it's income qualified. They've tried to line it up with the LIHEAP guidelines for simplicity. And so 60% SMI and below qualify for this discount. And then depending on what tier you fall into, there are 3. And the most generous one would be the most energy burdened. And again, it's a descending level of relief. For Pacific Core, without having seen their proposal, if anyone is curious, they can Google search the Washington program, which, as I understand it, is also a tiered income qualified bill discount, similar, although not identical, to the Portland General Electric proposal. I should highlight that the Portland General Electric proposal is also self-certify. So customers who are calling in to enroll would self-declare their qualifying income level. And we're looking at a post-enrollment verification for 3% of participants in 2023. And we're also asking that they explore pre-qualifying some customers to be, exempt from the post-enrollment verification. For Idaho Power, they have not proposed an interim relief, but we are asking that they hold a workshop and engagement opportunity in the upcoming month in order to make sure that their community and CAP agencies and other members of the energy justice community agree that, environmental justice community agree that differential rates might not be the best approach and that there is an alternative option to address energy burden. At a very high level, some of the concerns are that the homogeneity of the lower income level in their service territory, which is predominantly Malheur County in Eastern Oregon, is such that if you were to do a differential rate, the cost recovery or cost spread on remaining customers would basically switch. Like someone would go from being not energy burdened to energy burdened as a relation to paying for the differential rates, while other folks would get some benefit, but it would create additional problems. So we're trying to look further into that with the workshop, and Idaho Power has committed to talking through some of these options and the implications of if they were to pursue a differential rate. So I don't have a docket number for that one, but you would receive any notifications under UM 2211.
Thank you much, Michelle. There's a comment from Ms. Kiyoshi Owens that people who may speak English as a second language would be really difficult to follow along. So I was just throwing the comment out. Additionally, there's a question from Kara Saylor. What does the PUC like to put in rules, and what does it like to say for guidance? Is guidance published in a way that makes it easy for the public to find it? Should I go over that one again, Nolan?
No, that's a great question. And while I answer it, we can get back to that other slide, Michelle. That's an excellent question. It's one we actually discussed here at the commission quite a bit internally. So firm requirements on utilities and others are typically put in rules. For example, if, in our contested case process, if you're objecting to a motion, you have X amount of days to file that objection. And we put that in rule. It's a firm requirement. On the other hand, though, our IRP guidelines are just a guideline, and they are in an order. They are in past orders that the commission has issued after general investigations. So they are technically accessible. You can find them if you know the right docket number and you know the right order number, but they are hard to find. And so it is a lot easier to find information in rules, because rules are published on the Secretary of State's website. They're all there. It's different types of language than guidance, which can be buried in an order and difficult to access. So it's a good question. We've had a lot of internal conversations about how to make that guidance more accessible. Okay, so I'm not going to say much about this slide. Because I've got a short presentation here in a little bit where I'll discuss intervenor funding in more detail. But essentially, we do have interim intervenor funding available right now. We have a process to get you that funding. I will be a resource for folks that are interested in this. Other people at the agency will be as well. It is available for all of the types of dockets we've discussed today. So if you're a low-income representative, if you represent low-income customers, and you wanted to have an impact on the dockets we discussed, there is funding available. So Michelle, you want to say a word about our rate cases?
Oh, sure. Yep. Sorry. Thanks, Nolan. So for the third and final kind of general category related to UM 2211, we've got rate cases. There are a lot of implications that come with a contested case, which Nolan is best equipped to cover and will shortly. But from a more general perspective, and again, for context, I'll say that general rate cases are expansive. An initial utility filing in a general rate case will cover a multitude of issues, everything from accounting details to policy implementations. So as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, it's easy to see how equity concerns and rate design that affect certain customers more than others can easily emerge. So to see what's happening right now at the Public Utility Commission, Portland General Electric, their general rate case was filed, I believe, in September of last year, and it's pretty much wrapped up at this point. There were no HB 2475 proposals made by the company staff or stakeholders in that particular case, but it will conclude later this year from a formal standpoint. Open are Avista utilities, although I will say I think they are closing out pretty soon, and that's filed under UG 433. Their initial application was filed last October. And again, there were not any proposals related to HB 2475 in that rate proposal. But I will say that in both PGE and Avista, staff did provide some opening testimony with regard to low income issues. Northwest Natural Gas Company is expecting to have staff and party opening testimony filed in the next month. I believe it's due April 22nd. And this one is filed under UG 435. Their initial application was filed in December, and their initial filing is available on eDockets if you go to that particular landing page. Pacific Core is filed under UE 399, and that one is just getting started as the application was filed on March 1st of this year. And you can again view the initial filing on eDockets, and staff and other parties will be writing their opening testimony for publication later in June.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. So I'm going to talk a bit about participating in rate cases and contested cases and sort of what they are. So rate cases are typically contested cases. Contested cases are trial-like processes at the commission where we take evidence, we have testimony, we have official parties, and full participation in the case does require party status. So you have to request that to be a party and be approved to be a party. Contested cases address the rights and privileges of parties. So, for example, if a customer files a complaint against a utility and alleges that it's not receiving the services that it is supposed to receive, we typically handle those as contested cases if they get elevated to a certain stage. As I said, rate cases are typically contested cases, and the commissioners act as judges in these cases. They can meet to discuss in private the issues in the case, and they issue a written order at the end of the case. They don't get in a public meeting and make a decision. As I mentioned earlier, we have ex parte restrictions. So to protect you as a participant, your rights as a party, people can only make their case to the commission, quote unquote, the judges in the case in front of other parties, so that you have the right to rebut what someone else says. So the idea is that we can't have individual conversations as parties with the commissioner or with the judge assigned to the case. We have to have those conversations out in the open. So if an ex parte communication occurs, we notice it and allow everyone to react to it. These cases are typically managed by an administrative law judge who really handles all the process involved associated with the case, and I'll go into that in a second. So we can move to the next slide. So you can participate in a contested case without an attorney, although that participation is limited in a couple ways. So if you're a layperson and representing an organization, you can be designated as an authorized representative and represent the organization in the case, but you may not make legal argument. So these cases often involve a lot of legal argument, and that's something you won't be able to participate in. But you could make policy arguments, and you can make factual arguments. You can provide testimony and evidence addressing a factual question. And then individuals may always represent themselves in complaint cases. So we work really hard to make our complaint process accessible to individual customers that have a complaint against a utility. If it does get to a contested case, we allow pretty much full participation for those individuals, although they need a lot of support from ALJs to make that participation realized. The other way you can participate in a contested case without an attorney is just by providing public comment. So in our rate cases, for example, we take public comment. We have a public comment hearing. Often commissioners participate, and anyone in the public, any customer can come essentially talk about the whatever's proposed in a rate case. What happens to that information is staff will review it, the commissioners will review it. Staff has a new procedure where they're going to summarize that information in testimony and submit it into the record. So it becomes something that can be discussed within the context of the case.
Nolan,
Yes.
from Tim Miller, what does it take to be a party in a contested case? Could any nonprofit who represents a low income or environmental justice concerns be recognized as a party? Third, how difficult is it to seek that recognition, and how long does it take?
Yeah, those are great questions. The short answer to that is yes. Now each case is individual. So when someone attempts to intervene in a case, other parties can argue why that entity should not be allowed to participate. And there are very narrow grounds for not being allowed to participate. Essentially, other parties have to show that you're going to burden the process, and that your views are not already adequately represented by another party. So it is very unlikely that a group representing a low-income customer class would be denied access to a proceeding. Since I've been here, I again, it's not super long time, but I have not come across an instance where a request for intervention has been denied. So they're routinely granted. The process involved is we have intervention forms on our website. You fill out those, you essentially include those elements. You fill out that form, you submit it in the docket, you request intervention. Other parties have a certain amount of time to respond. And then an ALJ will issue a ruling. And that ruling will say, yes, you can intervene, you're now a party, or no, for whatever reason, you're not a party. But as I said, it's very unlikely that people will be denied party status. But there is still that opportunity for other parties to object.
For anyone wondering, ALJ is administrative law judge.
Yes, thank you, Zell. Yes, that is correct. The administrative law judge. And as I said earlier, those are the folks that the commission has delegated to run the case, to run those contested cases. So let's move to the next slide. So I'm just going to go through some of the key milestones in a contested case. And I'll note that it involves a lot of process. It's really a good idea to get involved early. You don't have to do that, but it is a much more valuable process if you get involved early. So the first thing we do is we set a schedule. We identify the parties. We identify and we look out into the completion of the case, and we set a schedule. As part of a contested case, often testimony will be offered. Testimony is the presentation of written evidence on a factual question or a policy question. And so parties often designate an expert, and that expert will write testimony and say, this is what the relevant facts are, and here are my qualifications. We'll do a public comment hearing, as I mentioned earlier. In rate cases, this is pretty routine. The commissioners will hear from the public, hear anything from the public, anything the public wants to say about a rate case, about a rate issue. We'll hold a hearing. This is an evidentiary hearing where if parties want, they'll be able to cross-examine the people offering testimony. So if I'm an expert, I'm offering testimony in the case, factual testimony, other parties will have the opportunity to ask me questions. That's what we do in a hearing. We do briefing. So briefing is essentially written argument from parties as to why their position should be adopted. And typically, except for very rare circumstances, an attorney is needed for any legal argument. But briefing can be offered by an authorized representative if it does not put forward a legal argument. Oral argument is essentially a big meeting with all the parties and the commissioners where everybody makes a presentation to the commissioners on typically legal issues, and the commissioners ask questions. So it's an opportunity for the commissioners to dig down on the portions of the brief or the key issues in the case, key legal arguments in the case that they have questions about. And then we issue a final decision. So this is where the commission reviews and weighs all of the evidence that we talked about above and issues a final written decision. That decision is typically drafted by an administrative law judge assigned to the case. So that administrative law judge will review all the evidence, make a recommendation to the commission, and then work with the commissioners on that decision to make sure it reflects their views. And as Michelle mentioned earlier, there are some rate filings that need to be decided by a certain date. They have a rate effective date, and we have a statutory obligation to resolve those requests by a certain date. So the schedule, as I mentioned at the outset, is really important in these cases. Okay. So Michelle, I think we're both of us are available for questions that folks might have. As we finish up this presentation, and I do have one more presentation that I'm going to offer on intervenor funding before we get to our panel. So we'll just give folks a few minutes or a little bit of time for any final questions for this section. All right. Well, not seeing any questions. What I'd like to do, if folks don't mind, is just move straight into the intervenor funding update. Then maybe we can take a short break before our panel discussion. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen. Okay, I believe it is up there properly now. All right, so intervenor funding. The goal of this real short presentation is to give you background and information about accessing funding to participate in our processes. And I really want to emphasize that we're here to help. I am here to help personally. This is all new. So nobody is expected to have it all figured out, and it is not exactly intuitive either. I really want and recommend that people reach out and ask for help because we will provide it. Okay, so what is intervenor funding? Well, intervenor funding is put simply financial support to engage in our processes. It's been accessible for a long time through rules and intervenor funding agreements to groups that represent broad customer classes. CUB and AWEC are great examples of those groups. They've been utilizing intervenor funding along with their own funding because there's a matching requirement under the old rules to participate in our processes for a very long time. Other groups have utilized it as well over the years and have been certified for funding. So it's an important tool to allow people to access the commission, to allow the voices of customers to be heard at the commission. Now, HB 2475 expands this access. So it's really important to note that there are two specialized classes of customers that now have access to different intervenor funding. And this intervenor funding does not require a match as the previous version does. This is accessible to groups representing low income residential customers and groups representing environmental justice community customers. The amount that is available, about $500,000 is available annually. Well, exactly $500,000 is available annually under this legislation. And the legislation, as we talked about a little bit earlier with some folks who had some questions, is based on agreements between recipient groups and utilities. And as I also said earlier, the rules that we'll have in place, we have to implement rules for this and have a rulemaking, are going to be based on a negotiated agreement between a group of advocates and utilities. So this is another area where I'm very curious if folks have interest in assisting with this. we're going to we'll reach out directly through AR 652. But again, please contact us. Please contact me directly if you have interest in the intervenor funding rulemaking, because that will be kicking off very soon. And we're going to enter some very important stages there. However, even though rules aren't set, we do have interim funding available. And so I'll talk about that next. There's funding available today. So the commission, through order number 2243, authorized interim funding. This is funding that's available now prior to the completion of rules. It's based on an interim agreement that's already been negotiated with utilities. It's conveniently, it's just one agreement. So we don't have a bunch of different agreements with each utility. We have one agreement that covers engagement with all utilities, which is helpful. The way this works is groups will request funds in an individual docket, and if approved by the commission, groups will sign agreements with utilities to receive those funds. And that request must be separate in each docket. So what you'll need to do is, if you're engaged in a particular rate case, for example, you'll ask for funding in that rate case. And then if you want funding for a different matter with a different utility, you'll ask for funding in that case as well. So I'm going to talk for a minute about eligibility. So we'll talk about groups first. So our definitions, as reflected in that order I mentioned earlier, are groups that are representing the interests for low income, groups that are representing the interests of residential customers at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. For environmental justice communities, and we recognize that there can be groups that represent both communities, these are groups that represent the interests of environmental justice customers, including communities of color, communities experiencing lower income, tribal communities, rural communities, coastal communities, communities with limited infrastructure, and other communities traditionally underrepresented in public processes and adversely harmed by environmental and health hazards, including but not limited to seniors, youth, and persons with disabilities. The area in which this funding is available is really wide. So it can be non-complaint contested cases. So the one type of docket you can't get this funding for is a customer complaint, a complaint to utility. Rulemakings, non-contested dockets. So all of those dockets that we discussed earlier around the implementation of new low-income options that Michelle was talking about, those types of dockets are eligible for funding. Additionally, if the commission does a non-docketed commission-led process to address a specific issue that affects the utility that you're interested in, and then it affects the customers you represent as a group, there is also funding available for that. So, as I said earlier, the process isn't simple, but we've tried to outline it here. Overall, it starts with the request. So what you'll do is you'll submit your qualification info. You'll explain why your group is eligible. You'll explain why the matter is eligible, why this matter, this docket affects the customers that you represent. You'll also submit a budget, and this budget will cover what you're going to do in the docket. All of that will be reviewed by the commission, and the commission will decide whether or not to approve it. After that, if you're approved, you'll get an interim funding agreement with the specific utility in question. You'll sign it. You'll then work throughout the docket. You'll just maintain a record of what you're doing so that when you come back and get your funding, you'll be able to document the costs associated with the work you've done. Then you'll file, once that work is done, you'll file a request for payment consistent with your budget. And then the commission will review that and approve it on a consistent basis. Once that's approved, the utility is obligated to issue you that payment. So there's a requirement upon the utility, once the commission approves your request. So that is the interim agreement. And there's some questions?
Yes, yes. Question, please clarify. And this is from, forgive me if I mispronounce this, and correct me with the phonetic spelling if you'd like. Ben Liu from PGE says, is the separate funding request for each docket to mean that groups can qualify for 500,000 for each docket? Or, sorry, I gotta scroll down a little bit. For each docket, or the $500,000 is the total amount for work across work for associated? Is the $500,000 associated with each docket, each utility, or is that the total bucket, the total dollar amount available for funding across all?
That's a great question. That is the total budget for all utilities for the year. So one of the things that we're setting up is a tracking mechanism so that you, as a potential intervener, will be able to see how much money has been distributed for each utility before you make a request. So right now we haven't distributed, no funds are gone, so all the funds are available. But as people start requesting funding and funding starts getting authorized, those budgets will dwindle throughout the year. And we have processes in place for our existing intervenor funding options that we're going to utilize for this option as well. There's an intervenor funding section of the webpage where all of that information will be posted. If you look at that order I mentioned, order 2243, it also outlines how much is available for each utility. So the 500,000 has already been, at least for this year, has been divided amongst the utilities in terms of applicability. More questions?
Is there a rollover option or carryover if there are unspent funds? Does that roll over to the next year?
That's a great question, and that will need to be addressed in the rulemaking. So if folks have an interest in that issue, I really strongly encourage them to get in touch with and get on the service list for AR 652. Get in touch with us because that is one of the many issues that we'll need to discuss as part of the rulemaking.
And then Christina from KLCAS asks, what happens if requests exceed 500,000? Is this a calendar year or fiscal year? We are interpreting it right now as the calendar year, but again, that's something that we can take a look at as part of the rulemaking. And if our requests exceed 500,000, essentially the funds will be allocated on at least right now, on a first come, first served basis. However, and I think this is very important, that is another one of the issues that we're going to be dealing with in the rulemaking. How do we ensure that these funds are, because they're limited, are distributed equitably? How do we ensure that we make sure that not one group is sort of dominating the process and getting us in a position where other groups don't have a chance to utilize this funding and participate? So a very, very important question that will be the core, one of the core things we deal with in the rulemaking. Nice, yeah. And then there's Tim's hand has been up for a minute, Nolan. And then once you're done with them, I do see a couple more questions coming up in the chat. And if we need to take these offline and respond written, we can do that too.
Yeah, I think we'd like to finish up in 5 minutes and then take a 5-minute break before doing the panel. So let's do what we can in 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Nolan. And I get that this whole meeting we're having and the efforts you're doing here to train folks, make it more accessible to be involved in PUC processes. And I get that the intervenor funding structure is a derivative of probably existing legislation and rules and all that stuff. But I imagine, and I'm not part of any of these communities, but I can imagine that this looks absolutely backwards if you, given the PUC's mission and stated intention and really applaudable work to expand participation. This is about people applying, submitting, being approved, complying with agreements, all this stuff. Can you envision a flip process where this intervenor funding sure is going because it's always gone, but the PUC ought to have a budget where it says, hey, You are a great group. We trust what you're doing. We'd really like to have you involved. Here's $200,000. Can you help us out and bring your perspective? Absolutely opposite of this. The whole philanthropy community is moving toward that and understanding that the old, frankly, racist and paternalistic approach is broken. Can you imagine moving towards something more like that?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, when I think about what would be, my preferences for how the rulemaking will go, I'll share with you frankly that I think this would be, we'd be much better off with a grant-like model rather than a model that utilizes what we put in place for intervenor funding years ago, which is what we have here. Now, this interim agreement was done in a way that was, where we could get money out the door quickly, because the one thing we didn't want to do was be in a position where we were doing this rulemaking for 6 months and nobody can access funding in 2022 while significant issues are getting addressed in these cases. But I think you bring a really important point, and I think that's why the rulemaking is so important, and that's why the engagement of the groups that are going to get this funding is so important. What we need to know is, what are those priorities? If the priority is flexibility, is the priority a grant-like process? What are the priorities that we need to advance as part of the rulemaking? It's super important to get that input, and we want that input.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely. All in the context, as you know, that we have to get to an agreement with utilities. So that is the nature of the legislation. But I do believe that utilities are prepared to engage in this conversation extremely productively. And I think that there are ways to, once we know those key priorities of the advocacy community, I do believe that utilities are serious about finding ways that work to meet those objectives as part of the agreement. Isel?
I think this one will be really quick. This is from Jim Kreider. Is this a separate fund from the one for industrial customers of Northwest Utilities, ICNU,
Yes.
Oregon Citizens Utility Board, and Northwest Industrial Gas Users?
Yes, it is. This is separate. And I don't think there's, I guess it hasn't come up yet, but I don't think there's any overlap. This is a separate fund available for different types of groups.
And then Christina, this is, I believe, the last question I have here in the chat. Is this funding restricted to certain activities, or is it general funding?
We have yet to test that, but I would view it as akin to really any activity that you put in a budget that is going to be necessary for advocacy. So, for example, if you're a group getting engaged in one of these dockets, you're going to need to talk to your members to identify their priorities. You're going to need to engage with them and communicate with them. You're going to need to motivate them if you want their comments, for example. So it's really a wide range of activity that could be included. I'm familiar with the grant making world. Is it just a general grant? It hasn't been in the past. It's been a defined budget. But again, to the point that Tim made, we can definitely be looking in the rulemaking to get to a place that meets the needs of advocates. And we have example budgets that people have utilized in the past that are available for guidance as we utilize this interim proposal. So again, this is available today. So if there are actions that people want to take in dockets, there is funding available, and we are available to help people access that money. Okay, well, let's take a 5-minute break if folks don't mind. That would be great, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes and kick off the panel. So thank you very much. I'm gonna share my break screen here. Okay, great. Okay, we're back from our break. Hope everybody had a chance to catch a breather. And we're going to move into what I hope is a really compelling conversation. Really excited to host it. So I'm going to turn things over to two staffers who are intimately involved in our outreach and communication efforts, Caroline Moore and Candy Young.
Hi, thanks, Nolan. Thanks for having us here today. So my name is Caroline Moore. I am the head of the Strategy and Integration Division in the Utility Program. So I work with Michelle on a range of issues and emerging matters here at the PUC. But I also have experience engaging at the PUC from other perspectives, including renewable energy industry, perspectives and an electric utility perspective. So we want to thank everyone for participating in this training session, and whether it's real time or sometime in the future. And want to say that we really appreciate you taking the time to stay and hear this panel discussion. For the panel, we've invited a range of experts with different perspectives and experiences engaging with the PUC. Our hope is that these folks can share some helpful insights on how to participate and influence at the commission. We also want to make some space to raise issues on which the commission needs to improve in our engagement and decision making. As Adele already touched on, there is some important context within which we're asking folks to have this discussion with us. We have a lot of work to do as an agency to break down systemic barriers and biases and be genuinely equipped to take the community input that we're seeking. So that's an ongoing process, and we're just starting. And the discussion we're having here today is looking more near term and rooted in the context of this incremental progress that we're making on a pretty long journey. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Mark Thompson, just to speak a little bit more to his perspective on the context of this discussion.
Mark,
Hi, great. Can you hear and see me? Can you hear me?
yes.
Nolan, are you able to hear me? Oh, thank you. There you go. Appreciate it. Sorry, everyone. My computer just totally crashed when I got on my personal computer. I think this is working, so sorry about that. Thanks, Caroline. I just wanted to start out with just a few minutes of thoughts to kind of try to frame this discussion. So I'm Mark Thompson. I'm one of the 3 commissioners here at the Oregon Public Utility Commission. Just wanted to say I'm really excited for these stakeholder training sessions that are going on in general. I'm really excited for the one today. I think that today's discussion will serve 2 really important purposes. The first one is that we hope to give all of you some really some tips, tricks, and new ideas for how to be a successful advocate at the PUC. And the panel that we've assembled has a ton of experience doing that. So I know if we listen to them, we'll get a lot of ideas for how to improve advocacy. But before I was a commissioner, I was an advocate at the PUC and in other regulatory arenas. And now I get to be kind of on the receiving end of that as a commissioner. And I just want to say I really love the work. And so I'm excited for us all to be able to improve our skills to better represent the interests that we do represent. The second purpose that I think today's meeting will serve will be to talk about some topics that are honestly more difficult to talk about. I think we'll talk a little bit about race and how that affects people's ability to engage at the PUC. We'll talk about inequity that exists that puts people at a disadvantage when it comes to engaging in processes like this. And I know I was able to join just enough through my phone at the last session to hear that these topics have already been coming up. I will say that it's one of the goals of leadership at the PUC is to try to remove barriers to participation. We want to get to a position where everyone who has an interest in the PUC has a clear and practical path for engagement there. I wanted to share my personal commitment to trying to do that. and just give you a couple of reasons why I feel a personal commitment. So one is that I know that the work that we do at the Oregon PUC affects every Oregonian. We regulate life-sustaining utility services, telecom, heat, power, light. Those things are important and necessary to sustain life. And yet I know that within our group of consumers in Oregon, not everyone has the same access to those services or the same ability to engage and participate in programs, and certainly not the same ability to advocate at the Public Utility Commission or engage on policy discussions. I also just know that everyone here, I know most of you well enough, I know that we all want to do the right thing. I do as well. I grew up in a part of the state where there's a lot of poverty and a lot of low income, and have experienced those issues within my family as well. And I also came from a part of the state where we enjoyed a population that was about nearly 50% Hispanic or Latino. And growing up there, I know that not everybody has the same opportunities under the status quo. And I know that racism and inequities are still alive and well in our state. And so I want to do the right thing and make sure that we have a better opportunity going forward for all of our children and all of our futures. Finally, I guess I want to feel like I use the opportunities that I have to make a positive difference on this topic. Certainly as a commissioner, I do have an ability, I have a huge opportunity to make a difference. And I think that all of you on this conference do as well. So I was asked to offer just a little bit in terms of what personal commitments I'm willing to make. And so the ones I was ready to talk about today, just to kick this off, are number one, the commission, I think, can do more to officially adopt and apply an equity framework to the decisions that we make at the PUC. We've had a framework offered up to us. I think we can improve it. I think we can make it more formal and adopt it. And the second commitment I'm willing to make is to be a part of any difficult conversations that need to happen. So if I commit to talking with people about race and how that might impact the ability to engage at the PUC, to talk about any inequities and to talk about what's not working well at the PUC. And I promise that when I engage in those conversations, I will abide by those ground rules that we've talked about today in terms of listening in order to understanding that sometimes we have to deal with non-closure and that those conversations can be uncomfortable. So with those commitments and that framing, I'm really looking forward to the conversation today. And I just want to sum it up by saying I really love this process. I'm glad that you're all interested in it and involved. It's really important, and I know that we'll all benefit from the conversation today. So thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Very good. Well, thank you, Commissioner Thompson and Caroline. I think you both have done a great job in capturing the purpose and the value of this panel discussion today, which we're really excited about. And it's not only an opportunity, like you mentioned, for those new to the PUC to learn about our processes here, but it's a great opportunity for us as an agency as we continue to move forward and make improvements in our system to ensure, wider spread involvement in our processes. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Candy Young. I'm the Public Information Officer here at the PUC. And before we get started with some questions, I just wanted to quickly introduce our panelists. These are valued participants in our processes with a great deal of experience, but we wanted to give you an understanding of kind of how they've interacted with us to give you an idea, where they're coming from. So first, I'd like to introduce Sylvia Tanner. Sylvia has engaged in PUC processes for over 8 years, both in her current position with Multnomah County's Office of Sustainability, where she advocates on issues related to clean energy and energy justice, but in her previous position with Renewables Northwest, where she advocated on behalf of the renewable energy industry as well. Additionally, we have Kiyoshi Owens. She's CEO of, oh, my computer's going crazy. Sorry. I want to make sure I get all the information right, and my screen just went blank. The joys of technology. Just one second. Okay, so Kiyoshi is CEO of Empress Rules Equity Consulting. For over 20 years, she's worked to manifest racial, economic justice on behalf of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and is a founding member and current member of the Energy Trust of Oregon's Diversity Advisory Council. Kiyoshi provides a valuable perspective because she's really a newer participant in our processes. So she brings a little bit different experience with us. Next is Bob Jenks. He's Executive Director of the Oregon Citizens Utility Board, or CUB, as we've referred to throughout the meeting. He's representing the interests of Oregon's residential utility customers. And Bob has participated in nearly every major PUC case since he started at CUB back in '91, including utility mergers, rate cases, resource planning, climate change, you name it, he's been involved. He also regularly represents ratepayers before the Oregon legislature and at regional forums. And Bob told me yesterday that I was making him feel old, that he started back in '91, but I told him he's just got a breadth of experience that he's bringing to the table. So we appreciate his participation. Next, Oriana Manera, who leads Verde's work on energy and climate policy. Her focus is community-led participatory policy and program development. Oriana regularly participates in our processes here at the PUC, focused on energy, climate, and transportation-related issues. And then the last member of our panel is Mark Thompson, who you heard from earlier, currently one of our 3 commissioners here at the PUC. So he did such a great job introducing himself. We'll just go with that. So Caroline, if you want to get us started with questions.
Sure, thanks, Candy. So our first question is for Oriana. What general advice do you have for folks engaging in PUC processes? How would you describe your approach to engagement?
Thanks, Caroline. That is a great question. I think it's a complicated question to answer, though, because different stakeholders will experience different kinds of barriers associated with engaging in the Public Utility Commission space. And I identify as a white woman who works for an organization that advocates for environmental justice communities. So I have a certain amount of privilege and access, not just because I can come to a PUC meeting at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday, but also that I match the demographics of the people who have traditionally participated in this space. So I think it's a little tricky to speak to how to advocate in a body when I have these privileges, but to share a little bit about the approach, it is one, to be honest and transparent about what I bring to the table, both in terms of that access that I have, but also in the communities that Verde engages with, really working to hear from community in a meaningful way, and to, without speaking for anybody that I can't represent, still trying to pass on those perspectives to this body. And I think that radical honesty is one of the most important things that any advocate can bring to this space, both in terms of who they are as a human and how that interacts with their work, but also helping this body to hear what they really need to hear, which is, I think, a lot of what I've done in my relatively short, compared to other members on this panel, career in energy, is really to push on this body. And so I think not being afraid to tell the PUC when you see something that doesn't feel quite right in a docket or a proceeding or a process is a really important skill. But also, I recognize that as a white woman in this space, I have some safety in doing that in a way that other advocates may not feel. So I think something that other white advocates can do in this space is really help to create a net so that people can be radically honest and feel like they're supported and amplified by other voices who have more power in this space.
Thank you, Oriana. Yeah, and we definitely appreciate it. Does anyone else on the panel have anything they want to add to that answer? Different perspectives or additional ideas?
Caroline, I'll add briefly that I think something that can be powerful in engagement at the PUC is working in coalition, because there's so many processes and so many proceedings and so many things happening at a given time, so much more than any one person in an organization can track. And there tend to be in different spaces, coalitions that can work together when you could leverage each other's expertise, lived experience with the commission to, to bring that powerful honesty that Ariana addressed, to bring these messages to the commission, but in a way that any one of us working alone really makes it hard to do.
Didn't sound like anyone else on that question. I didn't want to start on the next one if anybody else had any comments. Hearing none, we'll move to number 2. So Sylvia, I'm going to piggyback a little bit with you and ask this question to you. So you've had a position where activity at the PUC was a major part of your role, and now you work in an organization where you still work with the PUC, but it's not as central to the work that you do. With both of those perspectives in mind, how do you decide where and how to engage the PUC, public meetings, workshops, other forums, and what challenges do you face in that process?
Thank you, Candy. Yes, I mean, it's not only that where I used to work, my role was so focused on PUC and regulatory work, it's also the resourcing that we had for that. I used to be part of a 3-person team in a larger organization that was exclusively focused on regulatory work. And so that is very different to my situation right now, where I'm part of a 5-person team where, I do take some regulatory work, but, as you mentioned, there's other topics in my plate, and I do collaborate with colleagues who can engage in regulatory proceedings here and there, but you don't have the same kind of dedicated 3-people team fully focused on regulatory work. And it is quite different. My office recognizes that engagement at the PUC and energy work is key to addressing a number of goals that we have for Multnomah County, including energy justice, including addressing emissions. But yes, we have significantly less resources, or I have significantly less resources for engagement at the PUC. And so it is a complex balancing art. And I think your question had a couple of prongs. One was, how do I prioritize which proceedings? But I want to start first with the challenges, because you mentioned, what are the challenges? And I think in reflecting for this question, I think the main challenges are both time, but also the PUC processes. Because PUC processes, frankly, are better designed for the team I used to be part of than for the role that I have now. It is not only because of the time required, it's very hard sometimes for any one organization, one staff handling a number of dockets to be in a meeting for 4 hours, which is not uncommon in many of the PUC proceedings. Part of that is capacity and jargon, right? Like PUC requires a very, or has traditionally required a very, high knowledge of the issue to engage successfully, and to even sometimes to be comfortable speaking at a meeting. I mean, I've been in front of the PUC for 8 years, and I still sometimes when I go to a new topic, it's intimidating. And in this space, we use a lot of kind of one-upping each other with intellectual stuff, and it's not conducive to wanting to engage when you're a newer person, even a newer person with a history in front of the agency, but newer to a topic. And I see too that when I look at my colleagues that work in environmental justice, for example, right, like their expertise, which is tremendously important for the decisions that are made here, is being required in a bunch of places. There's PUC in a docket, their expertise is important, but so is in other agencies, in local government processes. And the PUC, I think the PUC sometimes as an agency, I think the PUC as an agency needs to better recognize and adapt its processes to facilitate the participation of stakeholders that don't have three staff dedicated solely to the PUC. One thing that I think is important as well, and that of PUC processes that sometimes I recognize as a challenge, is that sometimes I do question whether our perspective is being valued in a particular process, because it's not just about making the time, like getting the time in a busy agenda and a busy week to show up to a meeting that's probably long, that has all of these barriers to engagement. But also sometimes it's like, well, if an organization, if I am taking the time to do this, will it be worth it at the end of the day? And sometimes that's not very clear, to be frank. So that is another challenge, and I think something that I do hope the PUC continues to work to address. In terms of how I decide when to engage or how to engage, I mean, I do ask myself a number of questions. Actually, it's I think one of the main ones for me is, is this process moving the PUC's equity thinking? And that's something that's become more important to me in the last 2 years, because I've realized that the limited number of advocates that are trying to bring an equity lens to PUC proceedings cannot be in every proceeding. And so it becomes more and more important for the agency to have really internalized equity analysis. So it doesn't have to be the job of an external stakeholder to always be bringing it up, but so that when the agency or someone from the agency is thinking about it in, I don't know, like a rate case settlement conversation, for example, something that we don't get access to unless you're intervening or something like that, that person has kind of at least some basic level of equity analysis incorporated in their thinking. But there's other questions like, our energy, environmental justice, energy justice voices in this process. Can I amplify them? Like if I come, can I amplify their message? Can I kind of highlight the words like will I bring value to this conversation? Does being here help us be more successful in other work that we're doing? Who else is engaged? And sometimes despite of all my desire to be there, it's just not possible. So yeah, that was long. I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate that. All of what you said is really valuable. I think the challenges you talked about, although as an agency, it's never what you want to hear, but it's really helpful to hear your experience. And I'm sure others have that same experience. So I'm glad that you were able to communicate that. Any other panelists have anything to add to that discussion?
I just want to say I'm really grateful for the presenters today. I feel like I learned a lot, but it most definitely did feel like I was in an Angela Davis lecture. It was a lot of tier 3 academic vernacular that made it feel like I had to translate from, and I'm somebody who's really smart. So the fact that I had to translate as somebody who's, got a master's degree, you know what I mean, and has been working in energy for the last few years, I could only imagine what is it like when English is not a person's first language. If the OPUC really wants to engage with diverse communities, they just have to be mindful that this might be a person's first time hearing some of these words. And even if it wasn't my first time hearing them, how they were put together. There was a lot of intersecting ways that just like with ratepayers and grant making and decision and dockets and just all these different words that I had to really listen deeply to track. And so I just want to invite, and I know, and I'm so grateful that the OPUC is in this place of like transformation. I'm like super excited for where you all are going to go, to just be mindful of that, of like, how can we present this to like my daughter? How would you present this to a 7-year-old? I think the average, learning from Lada Media, Victoria Lada, she does communications, research and communications, and she shared with me that the average person has a 3rd grade education, 3rd grade reading level. So, if you really want to engage diverse participants, to just think about the language and terminology that's being used, in the meetings. And yeah, so.
Very true. Good thought. And as a communications professional, we communicate. Typically, we focus at the 6th grade level, and that's really difficult at the PUC. So I hear what you're saying and recognize the challenge there. We appreciate the feedback. Caroline?
Yeah, great. On a somewhat related note on what it takes to participate at the PUC, I'm going to direct a question to Bob. So I would say, Bob, that you've had a lot of influence on the commission over the years. I was wondering if you could provide some insights into what might have led to that success. And also, on this topic of how we're set up and what it really takes for an organization to be able to engage the way we ask them to, if you could share just a little bit about the resources that it takes CUB to effectively engage in, the process, like the number of staff, the type of expertise, that kind of thing.
I appreciate that, Caroline. I started at CUB quite a while ago, as Candy mentioned in the introduction. long before Intervenor Funding. We were a small organization with limited resources, and we were really in a position like a lot of other folks. We had to pick and choose where to get involved. And the thing that I found was people were treating me really nicely. I was welcomed at PUC public meetings. People said nice things to me. People told me how vital Cub's role was. But most of the issues that were being done by the agency were handled by a phone call between utilities and staff, and I simply wasn't included. The first major case I was involved in, the commission rejected our position, and we sued the commission. The second major case we were involved in had a settlement that was between the utility and the PUC staff, which we didn't sign on to and we opposed. We lost that case, but we didn't give up, and it took us about a year to get that settlement thrown out and replaced by something that was greater than we actually even had advocated in the rate case. And I go back and talk about that. I like to think that a lot of what was happening then wasn't caused by lack of respect for me or lack of respect for Cub. It was more the fact that the stakeholders at the time simply weren't used to dealing with me. If you haven't been part of the process in the past, people forget to include you in the immediacy of today. And so what you have to do is retrain people that you're a key stakeholder. But the biggest thing I learned from those early years at Cub was I had to be tenacious. I had to be stubborn, and I had to demand that my concerns be considered by this process. It wasn't given to me. It was something that had to come up and really sort of fight for the ability to be taken seriously. I think it's important to recognize that these proceedings can be long and time consuming. Participation, you should participate where you think you can make a difference. But to me, it's been important for Cub over the years to think about what do we not want to get involved in versus what do we want to get involved in. And there's more dockets that I regret being involved in than I look back and say there's dockets that I didn't get involved in that I wish I had. It's some things just become a series of long meetings and workshops. And you don't really feel you're making a difference. And I think most of us are motivated because we want to make a difference. In terms of resources, Cub set up, we have 9 staff people, 3 are dedicated full-time to the PUC, 4 work part-time doing work before the PUC. So we do spend a lot of resources on it. Some cases, like a big rate case, will involve multiple people and take an awful lot of resources. Other things like attending a public meeting to make a comment on the staff memo on a subject doesn't necessarily, but it is still a daytime thing that fits because it's easy for us because we're professionals and this is what our job is to do. And then there's a lot in between that. But it's also, I think, we need to recognize that utility regulation and rate making has a long history of precedent and jargon. And that makes it really not an easy place to jump in because you're jumping in without understanding that history of precedent and without understanding that jargon. But when you get down to it, in my mind, it's really not that hard. The real problem is it's this isolated, ingrown part of state policy making that's fundamentally not very accessible. I do think I agree with Sylvia, coalitions matter a lot. Where there's other folks attending something that you can count on, it makes a big difference. And we work not only with our own staff, but we work a lot with Sylvia and a lot of other folks there. And there's a lot of people there that I trust to give me good advice and to represent Oregon well in these things. And then let me just finally say one more point on all of this is we want to be a resource for folks. Part of Cub's work plan for the year is to help organizations that are new to this process. So if you have questions for myself or for Cub's team about participation at the PUC, don't think that you're putting a burden on us. Recognize that we've identified helping you as part of our job this year, and we think it's going to be good for the customers we represent and good for the regulatory process. So again, feel free, use us as a resource as we go forward.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. Appreciate that offer, and it's unfortunate that you have to play that role because of the way that our system is set up right now. But thank you for the feedback. Does anyone else have a reaction to some of these conversations about what it takes to engage in the way we're set up now, or or the concept of relying on each other as stakeholders and forming coalition.
Carolina, maybe I'll just make one observation, which is just to recognize, I mean, the PUC, some of the proceedings we do, they involve accountants and economists, and most of them have maybe even PhDs in economics, for example, and then lawyers, and we have just like these royal battles of professionals, and that's a lot of what the PUC has done in the past, and so like that type of advocacy is really, really high barrier to participate in, right? I mean, costs thousands and thousands of dollars, and takes consultants and professionals that have to be hired, and takes a ton of hours, and then there's a whole other type of advocacy at the PUC, which we hope to be doing more of and get better at, which is just people showing up and talking about their interests. And it just strikes me how much of a hurdle it is to participate in the PUC when we tend to think about our processes as requiring lawyers and professionals, and yet we sometimes act like, well, you can just come in and tell us what you think, and that's an extremely intimidating process. And so, anyways, that's just an observation that I am really seeing these two different types of advocacy at the PUC. Even in the question that you're going to ask me soon, I'm realizing like I almost have to give two different versions of it. But just an observation.
I'll build off of that a little bit if I may, and we have time, and I'll just pause quick to make sure. So not too long into my time working at the PUC, we had a process started by a Senate bill that was intended to explore how regulation happens in the state and how our utilities function within that system. And typically the PUC, the way that the space looks for folks who haven't engaged yet in the actual room where hearings and proceedings happen, is there are a bunch of chairs that are usually put in rows. It looks a little bit like a lecture hall in a way, but it's a little bit intimidating because the commissioners are up on a platform that is above everybody else. So when you come and give your testimony, you walk to the front of the room and a table that's at the front, your back is to everybody else listening. It's not necessarily a space in which people are talking to each other, and you present to the commissioners, and maybe staff are sitting next to you, or maybe staff are sitting up on the dais as well. And it's a really intimidating space to be physically present in. It feels very, very formal. And this proceeding that was started by the Senate bill, and the number is 978 for folks who are interested, that proceeding really changed what the room felt like. It was facilitated by an organization called Rocky Mountain Institute, and they pushed all of the tables together into little pods, and they had sticky notes and dots, and it was more participatory. And I remember how viscerally some people who are used to the space being this really formal, kind of rigid, like literally in lines way, how negatively they reacted to having a space that felt a little bit more like a classroom in a way. And it was interesting to be in that process, because I think a lot of folks who were skeptical at first really grew to understand the value of being able to actually look at the other people that you're engaging with in a space, and have this kind of exchange of information and knowledge and experiences. And so I think it's interesting, because in this world of Zoom, the space feels very, very different, because we're all just rows of screens. We're kind of in rows again. But there are ways in which it's both more formal and informal. So I think there are things that the PUC can learn from that 978 process of really kind of creating spaces that feel warmer, that feel more welcoming, that encourage exchange, as opposed to kind of like conflict and division. And also preserving the opportunity to participate remotely. Because I know we have folks from Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon who are in this space today, and just the huge barrier that comes from having to travel a long distance to participate in a space that can feel really unwelcoming. I wonder how we can integrate different kinds of platforms if meetings start happening in person again, and really make sure that those spaces feel welcoming and encourage collaboration, instead of kind of encouraging this like really formalized, siloed space that we do a lot of our work in. Because like, as Kiyoshi was saying, the language we use, as Bob was saying, the way these processes work, as Commissioner Thompson was describing, the kinds of people in these processes, it's not very friendly, even though the issues that we're talking about impact a lot of people from a lot of different perspectives. And I would hope that the PUC, and really see change happening, which I think is positive, thinks about how to make the processes that it puts together feel more welcoming and feel more collaborative, and that it never goes back to that kind of more formalized approach to a room.
All really great feedback. And to address what you said, Oriana, I think you're right. COVID has certainly changed things, and the virtual world that we were forced to move into has certainly changed how things will move forward. And I know the PUC is having discussions about how we will continue to offer the virtual option in addition to the in-person option, so that, and it does encourage more widespread participation. So very, very good points all around. I'm going to take the next question, and it will be Kiyoshi this time. So you are relatively new to our processes, which provides a really great perspective. So when working to influence an institution or a group such as the PUC, how do you approach that? What do you need to know to get started? Who do you talk to? What barriers to participation have you observed with our processes? So it's kind of multitude of questions there, but.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for sharing your feedback. It's been really helpful learning process for me. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, when I'm working to influence the institution, I try to get inside of it, honestly. I try to understand everything about it. That's just who I am as a person. When I'm participating in something, it doesn't matter what it is, I try to participate 100%. It's a part of our ground rules as facilitators. Same thing with Energy Trust. When I got in there, I had to self-educate because a lot of the tools that they had weren't culturally responsive, and they don't speak to my learning, how I learn. I'm a kinesthetic learner. A lot of people from my culture are kinesthetic learners. So a whole bunch of words and a whole bunch of talking doesn't really work well with me. It kind of, I'm going to have to go back and watch the video, and I'm going to need the slides, and then also people process things differently. Understand the function, how it impacts myself and my community. So when I learned about energy efficiency and I learned about 127-degree weather, and the fact that I have asthma because I got red lines and there's a paper mill down the street from my house, and all my kids that I work with all have asthma, and they're all on these drugs because of racism and white supremacy, and we got stuck in there. So then I think about the impact of that on me, my daughter, my family, my friends, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and economically. So when we talk about energy efficiency, when energy flows right out underneath my door, and I got a $300 or $400 light bill, and I think about the families who don't have access. And when I asked about the question about being fair, is it really fair that some people pay 0.01% of their income to energy efficiency or electricity, or however they light their or energize their homes, and people pay 70% of how much money they take home? Is that fair? So I think about those things, and then I come from a place of curiosity about what's happening internally. Like, what are the symptoms? I spent a lot of time. My mom transitioned from racism. She died in 2020. Basically, all these systems worked against her and ended up taking my mom away from me. But a lot of the things that I have learned and created, I created in her hospital room. Similar to doctors, I look at the symptoms, right? I look at the symptoms, like what are the symptoms that are happening inside of this organization? And I try to get to the root cause of it. And then a lot of times the root cause is that people don't understand, they don't know, and they don't care, or they're not even aware that they're supposed to care, right? So bringing some humanity and real stories and community building, kind of like Oriana, like you said, like this decolonize the whole process. There's a lot of colonial processes that are going on here that aren't conducive to community, right? And then you keep talking about rules, and every time you speak about another rule, I just think of a entangled web that we're all going to have to detangle at some point or cut, because they don't work for community. And I think about just even these processes and the commissioners, like, no disrespect, but it makes me wonder, like, how many Black people have ever been a commissioner? I just don't know. How often are the people who are making these decisions, how often do they look like me? How often do people like me get budgets and agency to carry out these things? And I think about, So then I try to do an assessment. If I'm able to actually get inside of the organization to assess, like, where is this organization actually at when it comes to racial and economic justice, and to be able to brainstorm and to consciousness raise with folks about what's happening, in our communities, how they're directly related, and kind of reconnect people back to their purpose. Because I think people don't know their purpose, and especially in intention. When people aren't grounded in intention, they just kind of fly wherever, and then their ego gets involved. But if we're all collectively involved in intention of like, oh, the intention is to save humanity because we're going to die if we don't, get our stuff together, we don't have more people participate, if people don't get access to energy and efficiency and renewables, like if they don't get these things and people are going to die, then I think we'll be able to move like more collectively, and it'll be more real. But I think sometimes people are so far removed that they don't realize that, oh, well, somebody's child got taken away from them because they couldn't afford to keep their light bill on. You know what I mean? And then what happened to that family? And then where's the responsibility in that? So then we create plans, to solve the problem. I like to problem solve. What I notice about some of these institutions is a lot of talking and a lot of listening, but not really a whole bunch of doing a lot of times. In my community, it's a lot of doing, not a whole bunch of talking and not a whole bunch of planning. Like, we're trying to get it done. And so I'm excited to help to kind of decolonize some of these processes so that they can be more inclusive, and so that folks can, and institutions like the OPUC can have access to exponential growth, right? When you have homogeneity, right? Groupthink, then they all think alike. But when you bring in diversity and true inclusion, then it's like a slingshot. You might go a little bit slow, but then you're going to spring forward, because now we have community, we have shared language, we have shared history, we have embodiment, we have humanity. It's back in the room now. You know what I mean? And so then we can move faster. And then who to engage with? I used to work in escalation, so I'm all about escalating. I'll start with wherever I'm at and see, because what I learned is that, a lot of the people that I meet are in integrity. They want to do the right thing, but they don't have the authority to say yes. So I would say something like, Candy, I know you want to say yes, but you can't. So take me to who can say yes. And I want to go meet with that person. And I try to get that person and folks of color and people from marginalized communities, have a very diverse collaborative effort with people who actually have institutional power, so we can get stuff done a little bit more quickly. Because I've seen it happen with leadership where I'm struggling over here on the left, and then I get in a room with Mike, talking about Mike at Energy Trust, and all of a sudden it could just be changed like that. And I would love to see more of that type of stuff happening. There's more, but I'm going to leave it there.
Good, very good thoughts. I do want to open it up to the other panelists if you have anything to add, and then really if there's specific suggestions for improvement to reduce barriers. I know Kiyoshi talked on a few, but if anybody has any others, now's a great time to sort of talk about those. So I'll open it to the panel, and then Caroline can move to the next question.
I just say something very, very simple that the PUC could do to reduce some barriers once you're in a process, and that's having longer timelines for comments. A 7-day timeline, a 10-day timeline, a 14-day timeline. When you're working on coalition, when you have limited staff per docket, when you have maybe 1 or 2 staff per organization engaged in trying to coordinate, it's just not doable. Like, it's, I'm right now trying to figure out how I'm going to make comments for, a timeline that was short, and it's really hard for us to function that way.
I think if you had like a culturally responsive, culturally relevant video too, that was translated into different languages about your processes, that'd be very helpful. So then we can watch it on our own time in bite-sized chunks in a way that works for our learning styles. And we're doing something similar at Energy Trust just to make it more culturally responsive. So that might be really helpful with people who want to participate in these processes. I gotta say one more thing, I'm sorry. Being in community, like, I need OPUC folks to come down out of the Zoom room and come be in community, because I'm noticing that the same challenges that folks may be having with just not even knowing what the OPUC is, Energy Trust has. Like, we don't know what you are, and we pay you every month, So actually coming out into the community, being a community with the Pacific Islanders, our Asian folks, our Black community, our Latinx community, our rural communities. I think that would be helpful too, so that you can build authentic relationships and they know that you exist.
That's great.
Yeah,
Really appreciate that feedback authentically. And I just want to note, I'm hearing Sylvia say that maybe sometimes some things need to take longer, and we need to think more about like the journey and the process and how decisions are made, and not always driving so strongly towards outcome. I think we can be outcome. I've seen us be pretty outcome driven, and we do have a lot of pressure to get a lot done, and that's something that we need to internally deal with. But I think that's what I'm hearing you guys say as well, and we'll take that. Awesome. Okay, got something right. Okay. All right, our next question is from Mark. So Commissioner Thompson, don't feel like you have to name names or dockets or anything like that, but since you are in a unique position, I do want to ask if you could maybe share a few times when a stakeholder was able to help you understand their perspective in a way you hadn't before. And if there's anything you can share about like how they did that. And also I would be curious if you could speak to what you did with that feedback once they, did help you understand their perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I was going back through some cases and trying to think like what items did I see, and I think they all grouped kind of under a common theme, which was just the word interest, I guess, kept coming to mind. That what to me in trying to make decisions on some of these topics, regardless of if it's like a strict legal issue or an accounting issue or a public policy issue, I just am really influenced a lot by having people work really hard at articulating the interest that they're bringing to a topic. And I notice a lot of times it's easy, especially for groups that we hear from a lot of times, just to say, well, here's an issue, and they just start advocating, the other side's wrong, or this is right, the other side's wrong, without really talking about what they're even trying to get done. And it leaves me sometimes just guessing to try to fill in the holes, like, okay, what are they really getting at? What does this matter? So I can think of times that have been really powerful when somebody starts out by just explaining what their interest is on the topic. And that goes for even our most sophisticated parties, like the utilities. We generally know what the interest is, but at the same time, that can always be further explained when it comes to some arcane utility regulation topic, and it clearly applies to new groups or individuals coming to the PUC, just to take the time to explain what your interest is. Also fitting under that theme of interest, some of the most powerful advocacy I've seen is when people take the time to address another party's interest. And I don't just mean attack it, but when they say, okay, here's our position, but we also recognize that someone else has a valid position on this topic. And so, we're going to modify ours to try to accommodate that interest. Or potentially they, at least just acknowledge that there's a conflict between those interests, and they make a recommendation for how we should prioritize those things. That's really helpful to me as a decision maker. I have even seen a party point out something that was against their own interest in advocacy, and they were the only party that did it, and they brought up like, by the way, you may have noticed that here's a fact that goes against us. And to me, that just increases people's credibility so much and makes them kind of a trusted advocate that I find that really helpful. So final thing that I've seen people do that's pretty effective is take the time to give the PUC any relevant history on the topic. The PUC deals with so many different cases, and we tend to just look at, look at the record that's before us on any given topic. But if there's interest or history that bear on that question, kind of taking the time to bring us through that can suddenly make everything look really different. And then the last part of your question is, what have we done? I guess I just believe people more and side with them if I get persuaded, that they have a valid interest. But at the same time, I thought one thing that might be interesting to point out that people don't always see is that in contested cases, the commissioners are allowed to sit in a room and make the decision. And so we argue with each other, and we try to convince each other. that we're right on topics. I really love that process, and we do it really collegially. But I think when advocates can give a commissioner like a little nugget to argue for their position, I find all the time that we're in these discussions that I'm saying, you know, I was definitely persuaded on this point. I think, you know, the two of you are overlooking this point, or vice versa. So that's what I think they're doing. You should consider, you know, you're trying to convince decision makers to side with you, and you're also trying to arm them as they, you know, battle it out with each other in a real collegial manner. And you all get to see us do that a lot of times in public meetings as well.
Very helpful, Commissioner Thompson. It's nice that you have both sides of the perspective, Commissioner, and formally working before the PUC. So it's always interesting to hear. I don't think there was any follow-up on that. I'll go ahead and address a question to Oriana. So is engaging at a public meeting where you're appealing directly to those who are making the decision at the point that they're making the decision a different experience than engaging throughout the process? And from your perspective, what does effectively having an impact at a public meeting look like? What strategies might you recommend people who would be speaking before the commission to utilize to be effective?
That's a great question. So I think that the differences in what you described have a lot to do with how relational you're approaching the work. If you're just coming and speaking at a public meeting, which is sometimes what you have to do if like you weren't tracking something and you find out that the staff recommended decision or an update or some other thing has come to pass that is really, really concerning. Sometimes you do have to just show up and you have to make a statement. But sometimes that can look similar to what it looks like to kind of do more process-oriented work along the way, which means you're meeting with people more often. You're getting to know the other stakeholders. You're getting to know the staff who are involved in the process. If you have that groundwork laid going into a public meeting, your impact is very different than if you just show up and speak. And I think that's something of an inequity in this space, is that if a community member was really concerned about something that was happening at the PUC and they didn't have those relationships and weren't a known quantity and didn't have the rules about how to engage, like how to address commissioners, they might come out looking in a way that isn't as polished or as persuasive as, say, someone like me who is used to coming into this space and talks all the time for my job in front of decision makers, and can do it on the fly without having any preparation. Like, that's a privilege in and of itself to be able to do that. And so I think that I don't want to give the advice of like how to go into that space. I think that's training for community of how to intervene when it's possible. But I think there are two things that need to change. One is this work always needs to be more relational in nature so that someone can come into a space and feel welcome and be impactful. But then also you need these spaces for intervention to not necessarily be so like surprise and one-off. There needs to be opportunity, like we've talked a little bit in this space about slowing things down. Someone should be able to come to a public meeting and say, I'm really confused by this, but it's really going to impact me. Can we not make the decision today? And that's probably one of the things I would hope would be the most impactful thing any community member could say in front of this body. And that this body would listen and staff would listen, and that's the kind of like record scratch that could be really impactful in this work, as opposed to like some, really carefully crafted speech that sways a decision in the last minute. I mean, that's kind of like movie stuff, which is not usually how the real world works or how the real world should work. So I would hope that we can be more relational and like Kiyoshi was saying, like actually have the commission go out into community and feel like a body that can be welcoming and engaging and know community and invite people to come into spaces or let them know when something is going to impact them. Like Commissioner Thompson was talking about the power of someone saying, hey, here's something you should know. It might make you kind of upset or it might change your opinion of something, but it's meaningful. Like having the commission to be able to say and go out into the world and kind of advertise when something is coming that might do harm. That's an important piece and an important relational piece And then not having a huge difference between going to a public meeting and being part of a process, having it all be more interrelated, I think is a really important change to push for.
Really great points. And I was busily taking notes. Anybody else have anything to add? Other panelists?
I would just love it if the PUC like really dug into the delusions of white supremacy culture by Tima Okun and just really lived in that space and see how those symptoms of white supremacy show up in their processes and then work to eliminate them. Like as I was listening to Commissioner Thompson about those two folks, like I appreciate, one side listening to another, but what if they didn't have to compete? What if instead they were put in a position where they had to work together to come up with something? Everything doesn't always have to be competitive, right? So I just want to kind of invite that into the space too.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we definitely have a lot of internal work to do in a lot of areas, and also continue grappling with this balance between doing things right and doing everything that we're being asked to do on the timelines that we're being asked to do them. So we will commit to keep working on that. All right, so I think our next question is for Sylvia. So Sylvia, for those who may be considering engaging with the PUC but might be unsure of the potential impacts or benefits of given issues, or like how do utility costs or practices affect different folks? Are there some ways that you would explain this to someone who's new to the process? Are there things that might not be obvious? Any other things to consider in that realm?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. I think that the short answer is that utility costs and practices affect our communities tremendously. And I think everyone who's in this room, came to this room for a reason and has a sense of that. I think where we don't share a sense is how those impacts are not the same. And those impacts really vary depending on what's your positionality. And, the more financially vulnerable that someone is, for example, the stronger those impacts are, the more life-shaking those impacts can be. But it's not only financial, like it's not only about finances, race matters too. I think Yoshi has spoken earlier about, how racism shows up in these spaces, and we're starting to talk about it more in the PUC, but I don't think yet to the extent that we need to acknowledge how systemic racism and economic injustice are so tied and put people in such vulnerable positions with regards to the work that we're doing here and the impacts of the work that we're doing here and the impacts that the three commissioners have when they make decisions about specific issues. And in energy, how those symptoms show up is, there's this report by NAACP. It's a 2017 or 18 report, so it's not like super recent. So, and it does not incorporate the pandemic, and all the ground shaking impacts that's had in our society. But it's something that I really recommend to people doing work in energy, and particularly when it comes to impacts on low-income people and impacts on people who are vulnerable. And it's called Lights Out in the Dark. And I started thinking about these impacts on low-income folks when I started working on these issues because of the pandemic. It was kind of happenstance. I was the one person at Office of Sustainability who had a bunch of relationships with the commission, and somehow I ended up doing it, and it's been like the most life-changing work I've ever done. And one of the things that changed my life was actually reading that report. It's not that long. It really is a worthwhile read if you haven't read it. And one of the things that I saw in that report that shook me to the core, even though it didn't surprise me, was that Black and Latino customers with the same arrears level are significantly more likely to get disconnected. That's national data. We don't have a lot of information about statewide data because we don't collect a lot of data, which is a whole other conversation that we need to have because we can't fix what we can measure. But, that's one impact. That's one way in which it shows up. Racial injustice in this country shows up in, Latino and Black people in this country having a much less likelihood to be able to work from home like we were able to do, the majority of us, during the beginning of the pandemic, and therefore getting significantly sicker and dying at much higher rates. And that is the reality in which this commission makes decisions. And that is the reality in which people receive whatever impacts cost-wise or orders flow to them. And so I think that, it's not a comfortable thing to talk about in this space that has traditionally been so comfortable talking about numbers and talking about kilowatt hours and physics and laws, but it is the reality of how people receive what we're doing here. You know, when we're making these decisions, about how, you know, what people's bills are going to be, what low-income protections are going to be available to them or not, and at what levels, and yada yada. While we're also making these decisions about transitioning to 100% clean energy, and like all of these are related in my mind, and I don't know how to articulate it well, but like throughout these last couple of years, I really come to the conclusion that if we like get to 100%, let's say there's emissions-free, completely emissions-free by our desired date, but people are not able to afford their bills, and people cannot, you know, heat their houses in the winter or cool their houses in the next 120-degree heat wave. Like, is that success? Because that's not success for me. That's not real success. And so we really need to get serious in this forum, in this space, about this equity lens for real, not just like talking about it for 3 years. I think to Kiyoshi's point, like we need action because this is having impacts on people. And then the other aspect, which is less about impacts, negative impacts from costs and practices, but more about potential lost positive impacts, is we're having this massive transition to clean energy that's enormous well-building opportunity. And will that well be accrued only to the people who have already made a lot of money out of this stuff, or will a significant portion of that wealth go to people who have been excluded from the energy economy? And that's an important question too, and that's a justice question too. It's a racial justice question, it's a financial justice question. And you know, the PUC has traditionally seen itself as kind of removed from those allocation of benefits of the energy system, but how are we going to get to the like equity values of House Bill 2021 without having those conversations? You know, I don't know. I'll stop there because I can keep speaking.
I'm sure my face said it all, Sylvia.
Yeah, I definitely really appreciate all of that feedback. So yeah, I wanted to leave it open for a minute because I'm curious if there are things to add. But that was really powerful.
It doesn't sound like anyone has anything to add, but my reading list is getting very long listening to this meeting. I can tell you that.
I think Sylvia gave us a mic drop.
Yeah, lots of things to read. Bob, question for you. So should improvements focus on ways to help make PUC processes accessible and understandable to individuals and citizens of Oregon? If so, what are your thoughts on how to do that? Which I guess is the big question. What recommendations do you have? Then I'll open it to the panel after that.
Let me say first, yes, yes, yes. The P in PUC stands for public. And the question of how does a member of the public weigh in on an issue is really difficult. Cubs urged the commission to hold more open public meetings in the evening to allow members of the public to provide input, but it's not just scheduling one. The PUC needs to conduct outreach for those. It should have a list of community groups in PGE's territory to let know about a rate proceeding or major issue for there. The same thing for Vista's territory and each of the utilities. We ought to do more to sort of engage the public and provide forums for them to provide input. Contested cases require lawyers and witnesses and can end up with a formal hearing before a judge. But we should look at ways to investigate issues outside of contested cases or conduct public workshops before contested cases even begin. So members of the public, members of the community can weigh in and provide context for the formal proceedings. But I also think it's important to note that we have to go beyond just processes to make things accessible and understandable in work. It's about people. Hiring, job description, staff training need to emphasize that part of the job of the PUC and all PUC staff is working with diverse communities. We want good professionals. We want excellent economists. We want people who can do modeling. We want attorneys. But we also have to make sure that they're people with community skills, that they're people that have the ability to collaborate with all the kinds of folks that are trying to participate at the PUC. And it's also about mission. Early in this workshop, Nolan put up the commission's mission. It included the words just and reasonable. Historically, we focus too much on what is reasonable and not enough what is just. We just heard Sylvia make a great pitch about the role of justice in this. We have a lot of folks in this forum who have been working for a just transition. The J in EJ stands for justice. Just is part of the PUC's mission. I think part of what we also need to do is put more of a focus on justice, less focus on reasonable, and more of a focus on how we're trying to move towards a more just energy economy, a more just energy system.
And great points. Anybody else have anything to add?
I just got to say, Bob, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much to you and Sylvia for bringing up justice. Because what I've noticed in a lot of systems, I see it on a micro level and a macro level, is that, you know, I think in some people's minds, they think it's a whole bunch of Klans people with robes who are like carrying out all these horrible things. But it's really people who follow unjust policies. Anytime somebody does something that they know is wrong and shouldn't be done, then that is participating in exacerbating systemic inequities. And I just want to put that out there. I don't know what to do. I mean, it takes bravery and it takes innovation and transcendence. And I really want to invite folks to think about how they can instead of they can't. Because I get that a lot, especially when people are really scared or they live in a scarcity mindset. It's like, oh, I can't do this, or we can't, or our rules or our policy or whatever. Instead of going to that place of anxiety, to think, to reframe it into I wonder how we can, right? How can we? You know, I was going to be a lawyer, and that's one thing I loved about the law, is it's all about interpretation. How can you interpret this thing differently? How can we wiggle around this thing if it's about justice? So I just want to say thank you both so much for bringing up justice, because that's what it's about. And then also reframing some of these definitions, like energy efficiency. What about the energy efficiency of your ratepayers? You know, you have small businesses who don't know anything about, you know, these programs, these grants and stuff that they're paying into. I did a focus group with Energy Trust with small business, BIPOC businesses, and people spent their whole life savings, you know, on replacing things, all their savings for the entire year, stuff that they could have got discounts on because they don't even know who you guys are, you know. People who burned up in fires. I heard all different types of stories from people who were impacted by not having the right tools to be successful. So once again, I think it goes back to intention. Like, what is your actual intention? You know, transcend the fear, transcend the rules and regulations, but like bring it back to community. Like Rihanna was saying, like, how are you actually looking out for your community members and ensuring that people aren't going to die this summer?
Yeah, thank you so much for that feedback. Okay. Well, our next question, that was so powerful. I'm circling back on this next one. I'm hoping that you know, you guys have shared a lot already on ways that we could be more welcoming as a commission, but we did have you know, we wanted to take an opportunity just to clearly circle back on that question one more time. And so Kirshi, I'm going to open this question with you. As someone who's newer to engaging with the PUC, but clearly very experienced in the industry, is there anything more you want to share about your experience engaging with the commission? You know, how accessible we are to community, how intimidating our processes can be, and any additional improvements we can do to be more welcoming and be an encouraging environment as we do all, you know, the other work that we need to do.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I've been mostly one person removed from the OPUC. I'm normally the other person on the inside Energy Trust saying, no, I don't agree with that, or whatever. They need to go back and rethink this thing because it's not right. Or I question members of the OPUC a lot when they bring in stuff. They come to our DAC meetings. We listen about new bills that are coming out. And so I really appreciate, seeing, I see Anna Kim a lot, I see Ezel a lot out in the community. So I appreciate that. But I felt like there's a lot of fear from folks about the OPUC and just how difficult it is. And I hear this from the people I work with, from sub-consultants, from people who work in these agencies, but just fear about how to communicate, like what they can do, what's actually inside of their agency. I think I went to, a couple of years ago, I wandered into my first OPUC meeting and there was racism there. And I was like one of the few Black people that was there. And so I had to check somebody and I didn't come back after that. And it was mostly white people and I could see all their faces. Unlike today, I saw most of their faces. And the fact that I'm consistently in these spaces where people don't even realize that somebody just said something racist is one of the reasons why people don't want to participate. Because it's already hard enough to be a highly melanated individual in the world, but then to take a step out and say, hey, oh, wow, you guys have grants coming. Oh, you're going to have relief. Oh, you're going to be voting on this stuff and my community needs to be a part of it. So I should probably be here, or we should probably be here. But then knowing that we might have to deal with some stuff, or we might not have access to the rules, or we might look stupid trying to speak in this old colonial language or whatever, it's a barrier to people wanting to participate, so I didn't come back out after that. But what I do appreciate is when members of the OPUC come visit us. I've invited them to come and kind of share what we're doing at Energy Trust on some of their programs. Hopefully they can take some of these learnings back to the OPUC and kind of impact it that way. Like I said, I love to get on the inside of it. And then what can we do to be more welcoming individuals or new organizations to encourage involvement? I think I've already said it. It's like the decolonization of these processes. If you really want people to do things differently, you have to keep an open mind to be willing to do things differently. If you do things the way that they've always been done, then you're going to get what you've always gotten. So I just really want folks to lean into the discomfort. I want the OPUC to hire more Black and brown people, be intentional about it. Don't be like, oh, there's a Black person, let's hire that person, because people do that. But actually be intentional about seeking out diverse talent, that we have a lot to offer the organization. And this is a reciprocal relationship. I would love to see advisory councils that are BIPOC led, actually oversight councils. I feel like advise is like, I may or may not take what you have to say into consideration, but to actually have Black and brown folks involved, Indigenous folks in the decision-making process, where they're the ones who are making decisions, instead of having to advocate to, I'm sorry, but white people, a lot of times we have to advocate for white people, and I don't speak like you, and I didn't grow up with your friends, so we don't speak the same. I don't know how to persuade you. I may not, but somebody, Oriana knows how to translate for me. Oriana we can say the same thing, and Oriana's gonna be heard in a different way than I'm heard. And that's unfair. That's not fair. That's not fair. So I would love to see Black and brown folks have more agency where they're not getting their budgets from a white person. And they're not the only ones, where do we get to have agency and direction without having to go to white people for permission? So I think if you want to make it more welcoming, that's something that you're going to have to do. You're going to have to be intentional. You're going to have to put your money where your mouth is. You can't keep throwing $10,000 and $20,000 at these workshops. Like, we're Americans. You know what it's like. All of us here on this land. I'm not talking about documented, undocumented folks. I'm talking about anyone who blood, sweat, tears here is an American. So we need to work together to make, this planet sustainable, because people of color are becoming the majority. And what happens when a lot of white folks are gone? All the expertise, all that stuff. What are we going to do with our systems? It's not going to be sustainable. So this is the time. I share with the group that my therapist says there is no tomorrow. Like, all we have is today. So I really want to invite the OPUC to really look at things today about how they can change things and just be authentic about it. Don't just say things that you want people to hear, but be authentic. Because when you come to community college, we're going to smell it on your breath if you're not being authentic. And people are going to tell you about yourself. which is what y'all been missing this whole time. So I'm excited for you all to have this opportunity to be more collaborative with diverse communities, because I think it's going to really help all of us in a really beautiful way. And we're going to, I will say that white supremacy, one of the horrible things that it did is it separated all of us. And we're actually way more similar than we are different. So I think creating these opportunities for community and just getting to know that and being intentional and leaning into that discomfort is absolutely amazing. So I'm really happy for you all.
Can I say something about this issue on engaging the commission? We've talked about it some, but I think one of the things we haven't talked about is there's a group out there that has a real financial interest to engage the commission and the commission staff. And that's the utilities, who are there to try to make money off of their customers and the for-profit entities. We talk about sort of how are we engaging the commission? It's the responsibility of community members to do it. One of the things I've always sort of wondered about is if you look at commissioners, if you look at sort of the staff leaders within the commission, how much are they engaging? How much are the utilities engaging with them versus non-utilities? Is there any kind of balance there, or is it because the economic interest of the utilities are greater and their staffing levels are greater that they sort of dominate that? And then whose responsibility, if that is unbalanced, like I suspect it is it community members' responsibility to try to create balance, or do we need to think institutionally about a way to get the commission and again the senior staff at the commission engaged with community members, with community groups, with non-utilities in a way that makes a whole lot more sense and creates a better balance? Because I suspect if we look at that very closely, we'd find that engagement with the process is not balanced right now, and asking the people who aren't represented to create that balance is a little unfair. I think we have to say, how do we balance it in a different way, and how does the commission take more responsibility for trying to create that balance?
So I'll tag on to that and just point out that half the people in the room today are from utilities, and that's pretty common in this PUC space. And I think it's worth just naming that. And it's great that utility folks are interested in listening and want to be here. But I think there's a certain amount of space that utilities take up that also has to be seated. And that's not just for utilities, but for advocates like myself as well. As Kiyoshi was pointing out, I get heard in a different way than someone saying the same things. Things I've said in the commission space have been attributed to me that somebody else said first. Like, there are things the commission can do in terms of how meetings are facilitated to account for that, which is like something called progressive stack, which means that like advocates speak before utilities. Anytime they come up in the stack, you could have community members before advocates, Indigenous, Black, and Brown community members first. Like, we think about that as an unfair system, but in reality, that's a much more equitable and just system, because you think about who has the most voice, who has the most power, who has the most money, who has the most time to engage in this process. And it's not fair at the end of the day. And we need to do things, and agencies need to do things in the state to rebalance how voices are received and who has power in the space. And it's not just advocates, it's utilities giving up space, and it's also the agency choosing to do things in a way that rebalances power and prioritizes the voices of the people who are most impacted and most left out. And has been said by multiple people in the space today, that's Indigenous, Black, and Brown folks with lower incomes. It's rural communities. It's all of the folks who don't get to be part of decisions typically, but are really impacted.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off what I just heard Rihanna say. And there was a conversation earlier about how are you most effective, and often that is influencing staff's report. So staff produces a report for many types of decisions that the commission makes, and it's a recommendation to the commission. And I think after that report is made, you might be able to get changes from it, but those changes are like largely going to be tweaks around the edges. And so influencing that, the process that leads to the report and what staff writes in your report is honestly, in my opinion, the best bet that you have to influence commission outcomes today and the current practices at the commission. And that, as was mentioned earlier, is problematic for a number of reasons, right? Like who has the time and energy and staff and resources to be constantly trying to engage staff, to be like meeting these deadlines, to be showing up to 4-hour workshops, to be doing all of these things. It's very few entities, it's entities that are very resourced, including the utilities, who are well resourced for this work. So that is the reality today of how you can most effectively influence commission decisions. And it does lead to some voices having more power than others. It does lead to some important lenses being lost, in my opinion. The question, I think, was, like, do we feel that our input is being heard? And if not, or if so, how can this long-term be fixed, or how can this be addressed? I don't remember. But I mean, I think sometimes the answer is no. It pains me to say it, but sometimes the answer is no. Like, no, sometimes our input is not being heard, even on issues where, it's like the impact on a particular community that definitely, the groups and coalitions that are engaging on these issues probably have a lot more familiarity with that experience than some of the other voices who are getting prioritized and heard. And so it is crucial. It is crucial for that reason to get it right, and to get this conversation right, and to get this reform of processes, as well as this effort to bring capacity for stakeholders closer together. And it is crucial for us to get it right, because you know what, energy utility service is essential, and like it's an issue of life or death. Like, think about last summer when it was 120 degrees in Portland, and 100+ people died around the state. Like, how did you stay safe during that experience, right? What did you do to stay safe during that experience? And what would have you done if you had no power? What would you have done if you had no power? And if you had no resources to go to a hotel, which I know people who had no AC who went to a hotel because they could afford. And if we know if someone cannot afford their bill, they cannot afford to go to a hotel so they can escape the heat wave and they can be safe and not die. 100 people that are in Oregon, and that's an undercount, right? That is how essential getting this right is. And you know what? Nobody, to my knowledge, should have not had power during that, because we had a moratorium on these connections that we had to fight super hard to extend through July 15th. But if we had not succeeded, we don't know what would have happened, but we know that presumably some people would not have had power and will have had a higher risk of dying during 120-degree wave, because it's not so easy for people to just go somewhere. Some people are not mobile. Some people don't speak English. Some people have limitations are isolated. There's all of these reasons why this is important. And there's all of these reasons why getting this right is literally a matter of life or death for many people in our community. Like, I think sometimes when we're saying that in meetings, it feels like we're trying to exaggerate or appeal to like emotions, but it's not. Like, it's a reality. And I think for that reason, it's very important to get this right. It's very important to like lose some of the assumptions that I think are often underlined and unspoken in our space, that people are just not paying because they're billed, because I don't know, they decided to be responsible with their money or something, when some of the hardest working people in the state are the lowest earners. Farm workers, and I learned this through my volunteer advocacy when the legislation was considering the farm working overtime bill. Farm workers make like $20,000 a year. You think about trying to sustain yourself with $20,000 a year, and by trying to keep up all your bills and your housing and all of that. And if you're in this space, I hope you know too that some of the poorest people also live in the least efficient housing, and so they're spending way more of their money on energy. And so that is the issue that we're trying to talk about here. So getting it right and trying to get the agency stronger on its equity analysis and its internal equity work is important. Like, I adore and appreciate and respect Islow's work so much, but he's only one person, and one person cannot completely overhaul an agency's thinking on his own. Like, I want to see the PUC put resources on its equity staff. I want to see the PUC staff and resource Islow, who's doing amazing work, because it's important. Like, these decisions you're making impact lives, and I'm not just talking to the commissioner. I'm talking to like staff too, and to everything.
Caroline, I might just chime in with one request for help, I guess, and this would be from the, kind of the commission perspective, recognizing, Sylvia, that your comments are maybe more broad, need to be more broadly addressed with the agency. But something, Bob mentioned is really causing me to think. So, the question of whether or not the utilities have more access to the commissioners than other people. As I think about that question, I feel like we probably right now have commissioners that are pretty focused on trying to not let that be the case. But the way we go about that tends to be, it's a little bit hard to get a meeting with the commissioners, and we're a little bit nervous to talk with people about the issues that come before us, because it feels like we can kind of keep ourselves like away from undue influence by sort of being by ourselves and being very neutral or disconnected from some of the interests sometimes that are coming before the PUC, and we try to decide things on the record and based on what we hear at a public meeting. So I think that's kind of where we are, and I'm realizing, like, I don't know, maybe there's a totally different way to do it, right? When I think about trying to cause separation from the utilities by withdrawing, what does that do to people who have an even harder time engaging at the PUC than the utilities, who are clearly well-resourced and spend, time and money on this topic every day? Are we just making it almost impossible to hear from others? And at the same time, if we switch that dynamic totally and say, hey, anybody can talk to a commissioner anytime, we'll spend half our day meeting with whoever, are we stepping back into that problematic situation where those with the most resources have the most influence with the commissioners because they're taking up 40% of that time? So there's definitely a lot of challenges I don't have the answers to, and I'm sure none of us do right now, and we won't solve that here, but I just invite people to help us think through that dynamic as we go forward.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. As someone who hasn't always shown up, that perfectly in this space, I just really want to say genuinely thank you for all of this feedback. And we will commit to taking it back and continuing to try to improve. I think I'm going to check with Nolan and see how we're doing on time. And if we want to hit just like one last round robin of final words about, whether or not you're being heard, or anything else you want to share, or do we need to, was there more on the agenda, Nolan, that we got to get to?
No, there's nothing on the agenda. So I think we got time for folks to share any final thoughts. And then I'm going to do one last slide with which will give you contact information for the agency. And I'll just note the dates of the future trainings. So please go ahead, everyone.
So I'll maybe jump in first with something I'm chewing on right now in response to what Commissioner Thompson said, which is that I appreciate this tension between wanting to be impartial and wanting to have open forums where commissioners can be influenced, but also wanting to create access and opportunity. And just thinking about my own experiences, I have the cell phone numbers of commissioners. I can call them, they've called me. We have access points outside of this space. And I know that's the case for other stakeholders as well. And so there's already kind of this unequal access that is happening, even if there's an attempt for that not to be the case. So I think it's important to name that this system is not working justly as it is now, and that there are changes that I think we've raised today that can happen to make it work more justly. And I want to go back to something I think it was Kiyoshi who talked about, being more collaborative and less combative in spaces. That access matters less when everybody is able to participate in a space, and the goal is not to kind of win, but to actually build together in ways that are meaningful, in ways that are impacting community. And that's there's just a little bit of Pollyanna in that I want to acknowledge, because it's not the way the world works right now to a certain extent. But we can endeavor to think about how to be more collaborative and create spaces and processes that are not time bound and are slower, and that when it is a matter of life or death and things like disconnection moratoriums, we do the just thing, and that's always the value that gets put in place. And it's not a question and not something that we have to argue about. So that was a little bit kind of all over the place there because I'm chewing on a few things right now. So you all were hearing me process out loud, but I think that is what I am chewing on is really that issue of how do we make this a space in which that access matters less, because it is really abundant and it is space in which we are doing the things that are best for community. And it's not necessarily coming down to shareholders versus ratepayers and some ratepayers versus other ratepayers. Like that system is not serving people right now. And going back to that 978 docket in terms of how we change the regulatory system, there are some really transformational things that have to happen in the coming years. And I think we have to be really brave and willing to do that. And it's not just about the process, but it's about the system itself and how it's structured and the fact that it's built around winners and losers. Like we should endeavor towards a system that is a little bit more collaborative and regenerative in nature, and not just in the PUC room, as it were, but in the utility system and the way that energy exists as a whole. Like energy as a commons. Energy is something that is a human right, is something we've talked about in a number of different spaces. And I think if we can agree on that and actually work to build policy that treats energy as a human right that anyone who wants to access should have access to, like, then a lot of these issues, I think, go away if we actually agree on that point and not just kind of naming it, but really endeavoring to do that work. And I know there are people in this space, in the commission, in the utilities, and not just the advocate community who believe that. So I guess my ask for folks in this space today is figuring out if you believe that energy is a human right and that we need to change our system fundamentally, what you can do in this space to make that change, or if you don't have the power to make that change, how you can try to influence someone who does.
I think I would like to share a poem by Don Miguel Ruiz that I shared with Commissioner Thompson the other day. It was inspired by the Mayan culture, and there's a group of students in Arizona who had to fight to study about their own culture, and their cultural studies were actually banned by the legislature there, and they literally just got the right to study about their own culture. I think it was about just a couple of years ago. And as an act of resistance, they would say this poem every day, and it's not translated. It's actually written this way in English and Spanish. But it's tú eres mi otro yo. You are my other me. Si te hago daño a ti, if I do harm to you, me hago daño a mí mismo. I do harm to myself. Si te amo y respeto, if I love and respect you, me amo y respeto yo. I love and respect myself. And I just want to share that and hope that you can look it up. It's called In Lakesh by Don Miguel Ruiz. To remember that, you know, when we do harm to each other, we really hurt ourselves. And so I just really want to invite folks to be collaborative, to decolonize their mind, to re-indigenize our systems. There's all different types of ways to do things from different cultures all over. And I think if you reach out and broaden your reach and invite more diverse, ethnically and racially diverse folks into your organization, into these processes, and decolonize them and make them more accessible, then I'm telling you, like, wow, y'all just saw my daughter. I want her to be able to breathe, y'all. I want her to be able to breathe. I want her to be able to enjoy being outside. You know, I want her to have access to renewable energy. I want her to be able, I don't want her to have to live in a bubble. She's 7. I want her to look back on this day and like, wow, like, thank you so much. When she's 21 or whatever, I want her to be in a good space. I want our kids, I want our grandparents to be in a good space. I want things to be different. So I want to look back on this day and know, like, this is the day that we decide to make a change. And fear does not have a place here. Y'all can't be scared. We're not Harriet Tubman out here running from slave catchers and Klansmen. We're not running through wilderness. We're literally having conversations and writing words. So, you know, like when I think about what our ancestors have done to get us in this space together, we're not doing anything like what they had to go through. So I just want to acknowledge that, and y'all don't have nothing to be afraid of. So please stop being worried. I hear that a lot. I worry about this and I worry about that. Just stop. Think about the worst thing that could happen and just accept it. And it's really probably not that bad. So I just want to invite everyone to be brave. And thank you so much for inviting me into this space. I'm excited for y'all. Go OPUC.
Yeah, let me just say on this, I do think that one, obviously, if I've been doing this many years, I feel like I'm being heard. I have some ability to sort of engage this process and do generally feel good about it. I do feel it's interesting from listening to Oriana, because the most collaborative processes we have are in the least accessible dockets. They're the hard contested cases where we're trying to settle major rate cases with hundreds of $millions on the line. We oftentimes settle those with all the parties, have all party settlements in those, but those are also the least accessible. So there's least number of people at the table. So I don't know that that's a good example, but I do think it's just the fact that we're having this meeting, the fact that we passed the energy affordability, the fact that we're bringing intervenor funding to EJ and low income groups, I think puts Oregon ahead of the curve. A lot of states' PUC regulation is cronies of the governor being appointed to do sort of the bidding of politics. Oregon has a history of generally appointing people who are independent of the governor, who have gone through a stakeholder process, who I think come to this with the right intentions. I think there's things that we need to do to make the process better, to make it more accessible, to open it up, to make it more transparent, to put the public back in the Public Utility Commission. But I think we're starting well above well beyond where a lot of states. I go to a lot of national meetings of consumer advocates, and I'm just amazed at what happens in some of those states, how commissioners are appointed, how people are just flatly ignored and rejected, and how the utilities really control the process. And I think we're much better here. I think we can do much better. I think we have a long way to improve, but I think we have people who want to see that happen. So I after doing this for this many years, I'm still engaged in the process. I still tend to wake up most days optimistic about what we're going to do and about how we're going to make this process better and how we're going to serve customers better and how we're going to protect customers from abuses and harms better. So I still tend to come from this from a glass is half full and let's get that glass filled up a type of space. So I'm still encouraged by all of you folks. So and today hasn't taken any of that out of me. So
thank you, Bob. I'll go last after following such impressive people, but I do have hope because we're having this conversation. I think the moment of calling out things that are not working is important, because you can't really improve something that you don't understand how it's broken. And so I do hope that the commission and staff recognize that it takes a lot of vulnerability for us to come here and criticize our adjudicators, basically, right? Like say, you are the people who make decisions on a lot of our work, and here's where we want you to be better, and here's what's not working. I find hope in having, for the first time ever, heard Spanish in a commission meeting, which gets me emotional because well, you all don't know me, or most of you don't know me personally, some of you do, but like I'm actually a crier. But yeah, it got me really emotional to hear that. It's the first time ever I've been in a commission meeting where Spanish has been used. That's beautiful and that's unique. And we have a space here where we could do that, and that does give me hope. And I do really hope to see us continue to take this work seriously, to see the commission continue to show intent to improve and to build on the work it has done, and to resources the executive work, and adopt some sort of tool for the organization in the meantime or as we go, and just to remember and recognize that what decisions we're making here have so many impacts. So I think Oriana was the person who told me that there's whatever decisions we're making here, there's always someone a person at the other end of the switch. Like that's who we are working for, or who are getting here together for. There's a human at the other end of the switch. It's not just numbers. It's not just physics and kilowatt hours. It's for humans. And I think if we keep that center in that, we we can continue to grow in this work.
I'll just offer a couple last thoughts. This was an awesome conversation and really thought-provoking. But I just wanted to offer that in terms of advocacy tips, I hope everyone remembers, sounds like everyone on this panel has emphasized this, that the PUC is trying to make decisions that serve the public interest. And so I hope what that means in terms of advocacy is that nobody ever makes an argument that they don't believe in just because they think that's the argument that they're supposed to make. Or, I think if we all make arguments that we believe in and we have real intentions to try to serve the public interest, then our processes are just way better. And your arguments are way better and the decisions are way better. And I hate to say that everything's an argument at the PUC, but I do think some of our processes are set up for arguments, and I hope that people approach those with the public interest in mind. I just really appreciate what was said today. Thanks.
Great, thank you all. Those are exceptional closing comments. Really glad we waited for those. Isel, if you have a few words before I just go over some basic information for next steps.
I just want to commend the PUC. I want to commend the facilitators, Caroline, Candy. I want to commend the panelists, Oriana, Kiyoshi, Bob, Sylvia, Mark, for your candor. And I just want to acknowledge that what we did today is an exercise in equity. This is a part of the work. Even though it was a dialogue, this was a part of the work. And there's so many things that are aligned with the strategy that the PUC is leaning into with with me, my role, such as the examination of the disparate impact through the use of an equity lens, something that Mark has been kind of championing for use in our processes. And I'm just really encouraged. I'm over here really feeling extremely encouraged. And I felt like I just wanted to contribute that to the space because I've worked with so many of you all individually. Thank you so much. Forgive me for taking up a little bit extra time.
And thank you, Isel, for inviting me. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody. So I'm just going to share one last screen for just 2 minutes. All right. So this is more for folks that are watching the recording, but essentially, if you have any additional questions, we've tracked all the questions that have been provided. We have a few written responses that we're going to get out on the webpage. But if there are additional questions we didn't cover, you can send them straight to this email address. Just let us know it's in reference to the training. We'll get those answers out on the website. We'll have the slides on the website as well as the recording. And then you'll be able to review them on that training page. The upcoming trainings that we're going to have are on April 28th, and that'll be focused on wildfire and public safety, and then also again on June 3rd. We're a little over time, but that's for a good reason because that conversation was so excellent. I want to thank everybody for participating today, especially obviously our panelists. And I really appreciate those final comments as well about progress and improvement, which is what we're focused on. So with that, I think we're done for the day. Thank you all very much.